It all started when my wife died 8 months ago. Susan was everything to me. We'd been together since high school, and it had been love at first sight. We married after graduation, and we spent 18 years together in wedded bliss. I worked as a writer, finding jobs in editing or column writing. Susan working as a receptionist for a friend of my mother's. We spent a lot of time together. My days spent mostly waiting for her to come home. I lived for the moments when we were sitting in front of the TV together or curled up in bed as we talked about our day. We never had children, though it wasn't for a lack of trying. I was afraid she would leave me when she discovered I was infertile. I'd been injured when I was small, but she just smiled and said we'd just have to be satisfied with each other. It was never something we struggled with. Instead of kids, we gave each other our full attention. We traveled as often as we could, ate out often, had date nights at least once a week, and loved each other more than anyone else we knew. Susan was my everything, and I hoped I was hers. She never gave me any doubt that it was so, and those 18 years were the happiest time of my life. They weren't enough, though. 1,000,000 years wouldn't have been enough. I was writing something for some rag that Susan liked to read when I got the call. She had looked over my shoulder that morning before she left, cooing appreciatively as I edited a piece from one of her favorite writers, other than me, of course. She wanted to read it when I was done, and I promised I'd let her see it when she got home. I'd been invited to write a column, too, something they might let me do more often if it did well, and I'd just started fleshing it out when I decided it was time for a second cup of coffee. The coffee maker was burbling happily, filling my mug with liquid happiness, when my phone rang. Thought it might be Susan, letting me know she had made it to work, and I almost didn't answer when I saw it was an unknown number. The telemarketers had been particularly bad lately, and the last thing I wanted was another conversation with someone who wanted to sell me solar panels or extend the warranty on my car. Turned out it was the police. There'd been an accident. They were sorry, but she had passed very quickly, likely instantly, and hadn't felt any pain. My cup smashed as it hit the floor, soaking my feet in hot coffee as I gripped the counter for support. I would need support for the next few months. I was a wreck. My wife had been my whole world, and suddenly I was alone. I couldn't even go into the bedroom for the first 2 weeks. It smelled like her. Her pictures were everywhere. I slept on the couch a lot those days. I didn't even go in there to get my suit. I just bought a new one off the rack for the funeral. It was small. Neither of us had a lot of friends or family, but the girls from the doctor's office were very supportive, very sorry to lose such a dear friend. We buried her in Mountain Hills, a cemetery not far from the house. After they lowered her into the ground, I just sat there, trying to figure out what to do. I was still sitting there when the guys from the funeral home came to pick up the chairs, the sun setting behind me as I watched the hole in the ground where my wife now lay. "Sorry for your loss, mister, but we gotta pack these up now." I just got up and drove home, finding myself sitting on the couch. When the sun came up, I was still sitting there. This became a pattern. The next 2 months are kind of a blur, honestly. I lived my life like that quote from Forrest Gump. When I was tired, I slept. When I was hungry, I ate. And when I had to go, I went. I really didn't leave the house unless I had to, and When I did, I walked. I didn't trust cars after that, and I'm still not comfortable riding in anything with wheels. The walks probably did me good, but I was so lost at that point in my life. She'd been my everything, my whole world, and I just didn't know how to get by without her. I didn't work. My contracts quickly dried up. I wasn't working on my book either, and I'd fallen into a deep funk. If something hadn't pulled me out, I would have probably wasted away right there. Luckily, I suppose, something did. That was when the gifts started showing up. The first one came on Valentine's Day, though I now know that was no accident. I had stepped out in the evening to check the mail, and there it was on the stoop. I almost stepped on it, and that would have been a shame because someone had left my favorites. Sitting there was a bouquet of wildflowers, a box of those dark chocolate truffles Susan had always bought me, and a card. I was stunned for a moment, not quite believing what I was seeing. This was just the sort of thing she would do, too, and I expected her to jump around the corner and surprise me. She hadn't been very large, a wisp of a thing, but she liked to scare people and found it hilarious when she managed to. As the minutes stretched by and no scare seemed incoming, I picked up the stuff and brought it inside. I put the flowers in some water. I had never gotten flowers before, but I remembered that much, and set the chocolates on the table. I opened the card and found a pretty generic card inside, flipping it open to see who had sent it. I snorted as I read it, wondering whose bright idea that had been, but feeling a little better, nonetheless. "From your secret admirer" was written inside, the handwriting fine and spidery, just like hers had always been. As I ate the chocolates, I felt the tears come on unbidden. The taste, the smell, it all reminded me of Valentine's days past. We would sit and watch a movie, curled up on the couch together, while she munched at her Ferrero Rochers and I ate my chocolate truffles. We'd trade sometimes, and I wish now that I could see her eyes light up as I handed her one of my chocolates again. I passed out on the couch a little later, but my dreams were a little brighter that night. After that, I started finding other gifts. Food from my favorite Chinese place, candy, books by writers that I liked. One time, someone even delivered a seafood feast from Sir Crabbington's, and I was halfway through it before I realized it was mine and Susan's wedding anniversary. I waited till after I'd finished before crying this time, but the tears were still there. I never questioned these gifts, but I never looked for them either. I assumed they were from friends or from the girls at the office she had worked at, but their dedication was heartwarming if it was. My wife must have talked about me a lot for them to know my favorite foods and snacks, and I was honestly just happy for a break in the sadness. Each of these gifts made my day a little better, and the pain ebbed away a little more with each new package. Suddenly I was feeling inspired to write again. I had the energy to reach out to my old contacts and try to work. I was running in the evenings. I was doing laundry and dishes, and felt like I might be getting a little better. The gifts were nice, but it was the other things that started to make me wonder if the gifts were all that was being given. Sometimes I would wake up to find that the clothes were folded or the dishes were already done, and I couldn't remember having done them. Other times it would be simpler things easily explained but no less odd. A blanket thrown across me where there hadn't been one before. A pillow under my head when I had slept on the couch and left it in the bed. Sometimes as I came awake a little in the night, it seemed like I could see shadows moving in my house. I would sit up, the living room bathed in the light of whatever TV show I had fallen asleep watching, and look around for the source of the movement, finding nothing. It was weird, but I figured it was probably just my imagination. I'd been through a lot lately, so mild hallucinations might be expected. It was on one of my jogs when I finally discovered the identity of my secret admirer. I was coming up the hallway, huffing a little from a longer jog than usual tonight, when I saw someone leaving something outside my door. I had to grab the wall for a minute when I first saw her because I thought it might be my wife. She was short, with brown hair that had been cut into a pixie cut. She was dressed normally enough in jeans and a t-shirt, but the high tops were also something that my wife favored. From the back, she looked exactly like my dead wife, except for the hair. My wife had always talked about getting it cut short, but she favored ponytails and braids too much to ever cut it too short. She was bent at the waist, leaving food or something for me, and when I called her name, she jumped. When she turned around, though, I could see that I'd been mistaken. The woman was similar, but her face was different. They could have been sisters, but there were definitely subtle differences. Her nose was rounder, her face less angular, and she just seemed less substantial. I began to wonder if she might be a cousin or something, but I couldn't think of anyone in Susan's family who looked much like her. "Oh my gosh," she said, looking embarrassed. "I guess you caught me. Sorry for being so mysterious. I just didn't want to mess up your morning. I was a friend of your wife's. My name's Anne." She offered me a hand to shake, and I likely looked just as unsure of myself as I took it. I told her to knock next time and come and share a meal with me. She agreed. That began our strange friendship. Anne was just the companion I needed, and we spent 2 or 3 nights a week in my living room. Some of you will lift an eyebrow at that, but it was never anything more than talk. Anne cried as often as I did, and the two of us reminisced over Susan and what she had meant to us. Anne, as it turned out, had known her far longer than I had. The two had been friends since they were children, and Anne told me about Susan's early life in a way that made them almost sound like sisters. The more she told me, the more I wondered why I'd never heard of her before. If Susan had known Anne since they were children, why was this the first time I was meeting her? Many of her stories were things that I had heard before, so they tracked, but any misgivings soon melted away as we spent our evenings remembering. Sometimes she held me while I cried. Sometimes I held her, but it was nice to have someone there in my grief. She had just gotten done with a particularly funny story about how Susan had cut her hair too short and given herself something like a mullet before shaving it down into a sloppy pixie cut when she suddenly began to cry. Her despair was deep, the sobs racking her, and when I went to hold her, she pressed her face against my chest. "I'm sorry, I miss her so much." I held her that night as she wept, and I think that was when I started to fall in love with her. It made me feel terrible, but I couldn't help it. She was so much like Susan. Even her voice reminded me a little of my dead wife. I didn't want to move on. I was still trying to process what to do next, but Anne helped a lot, and I got the feeling that she didn't mind being that person for me. Suddenly, she was coming over every night, bringing food or wine, and we spent our evenings together. It didn't seem to bother her that I never wanted to leave the house. Didn't make any difference to her that I didn't cook, but the longer she was in my life, the more that changed. Suddenly I was paying more attention to my clothes. I was taking on columns for online magazines and selling my short stories again. I was cooking dinners instead of eating takeout, and I felt as if I were getting better. Anne was a big supporter of this, pushing me to get better, and that was when I started to notice that something was a little off about her. Something I should have noticed before then. Anne only came by after dark and was unavailable during the day. Anne had a very demanding job, but would change the subject anytime I brought it up. Anne would always leave before dawn, if not well before. Anne wouldn't stay at the house, wanting her own space, which I could respect. These things on their own didn't seem so strange, but altogether they made me curious. I'd also wondered why Susan had never talked about Anne before. It was something that had always been at the back of my mind, but now it began to linger like a fishbone in my throat. If they were so close, why had I never met her? If they'd been friends since childhood, why hadn't she been at our wedding, at our parties, our trips, our gatherings of people that had been drawn around us? And Anne had never been seen at any of those. I asked Anne about that one night, and she waved it off, telling me I must have seen her at one of those things. I've been to every gathering you guys have thrown. I was at your wedding. I was at the funeral. I've been with you guys all the way. It made me think I was going crazy, but I couldn't remember seeing her before that night 2 months ago. I thought about going through old pictures, but neither of us had been picture-taking people. We kept our memories inside, not on our phones, though it made it a little difficult to check now. I was hesitant to bring any of this up in front of her as, well, I didn't want her to feel like I was accusing her of anything. Anne had become very important to me, and I didn't want to go back to sitting in my depression on the couch every night. That was until I saw something that I shouldn't have. We'd been watching a movie on the couch, something Susan and I had seen 1,000 times, and I dozed off towards the end. I had laid my head over on Anne, and if it bothered her, she gave no indication. I don't know how long we sat like that, the two of us together on the couch, but when she got up to leave, I came half awake as I mumbled something about seeing her later. She didn't respond, which I thought meant she hadn't heard me, but as I opened my eye a little, I saw something that froze me in my couch divot. The black shadow was standing in the doorway, its back to me as it prepared to step out into the dim hallway. The creature looked like tar, its form more of a feminine insinuation than a fact. It must have had its back to me, but when I inhaled sharply and fell off the couch, it turned back to see what had happened. I was on the floor, breathing harshly and trying to find enough breath to scream when the shadow creature bent down in front of me and spoke in Anne's voice. It's okay. This wasn't how I wanted you to find out, but I suppose it was inevitable. I couldn't find my breath. I looked at the thing that was speaking with Anne's voice, trying to make sense of all of this. What the hell was going on? In my head, I had wondered if Anne was some kind of stalker or a weirdo who was only pretending to know my wife, but this was a little bit beyond anything I had thought about. What? She glanced at the sliding door to our apartment, noticing the sun beginning to peek up and sucking in air. I don't have time now, but please listen. You have to trust me. I would never hurt you, and I'll explain what's going on. Some of the answers might not make a lot of sense, but I promise I'll tell you what's going on. Just wait till tonight, till I get off, and I'll tell you everything I can. Can you do that? I nodded, and she returned it slowly. She got up and walked towards the door, but turned back just before passing through it. I'm still Anne. I'm still the person you've known for the past few months. Just keep that in mind. She walked through the door and left me sitting on the floor of my living room. I was a mess all that day. I didn't understand anything. All I knew was that someone I'd grown pretty close to had turned into a featureless monster right before my eyes. I kept trying to convince myself throughout the day that it had all been a dream, that I was still dreaming, but the longer the day went on, the more I had to come to terms with the fact that it wasn't. That meant that whatever that thing had been, it was coming back here tonight. I'd have to make a choice when it got here. Did I let it in, or did I tell it to go away and lose Anne forever? When the knock finally came, night having crept up on me as I worried the day away, I looked out the peephole to see the same old Anne standing on my doorstep. As I opened the door, she breathed a sigh of relief and asked if she could come in. I let her in, figuring that if the creature had wanted to hurt me, it would have done it before now. "Okay," she said, not sitting as she paced the living room. "I know you've probably got a ton of questions, but just let me tell you my side before you jump to conclusions." She took a deep breath, steadying herself as she tried to find a place to begin. "I didn't lie. I have been with your wife for a very long time. In fact, I've been with her since she was born. Susan and I have gone everywhere together, right up until the day they buried her. I'm Susan's shadow." I squinted at her, not really sure what to make of that. "When your wife died, I was reassigned to someone else. Someone new. Someone very new, but I still remembered you. I wondered how you were and what you were doing. I hoped you were doing okay, and as this little person napped and ate and sat, I knew I had to go make sure you were all right. I had to stay with my new person during the day when the shadows are most noticeable, but at night I was free to roam a bit more. Babies don't move as much as you might think, and with a 7 o'clock bedtime, I was left with a lot of time to kill. I leave at 5 when the sun is coming up, and come back at night so I can see you." She stopped and looked at me in an expectant way, but my mind was altogether unprepared. "So you're Susan's shadow? How?" "Shadows are part of people, but once they're dead, we aren't really needed. I've been with Susan since the start, since the first time she met you, and I fell in love with you right alongside her. I had to know you were safe, to know that you hadn't given up, so I started coming back to our old house. I found you suffering. So I left you gifts to keep your spirits up, little things to make you realize you were still loved. But I got careless. I let myself get seen, but I guess that worked out in the end. Turned out, I was hurting too. I missed Susan. I missed her more than I had any of the other people I'd been attached to before. And talking with you helped me get over her, just as it helped you. We helped each other in the end, and that was what we both needed. We became what the other needed, and I'm thankful that you happened along and found me that day. I had questions, all kinds of questions, but the one that stuck seemed the most obvious. If you have someone new that you've attached to, does that mean that eventually you'll have to go?" She nodded slowly, like she hoped I wouldn't think of that right away. "Eventually, as the person I've been assigned to grows, she'll need me more than just during the day. I may have to stay with her more and more often at night, and that will ultimately mean less time with you. I want to be here for you, but I don't want to stop you from moving on either. You need to get past her, get past me, and eventually return to life as you knew it. You deserve that. You deserve to be happy." I felt the tears leaking down my face, smearing her and turning her into a wavy half-person. Will you stay with me as long as you can?" I asked. She nodded. "I will. I'd really like that." That was 6 months ago. The little girl that she's become the shadow of, Anne, is starting to move around more, and Anne is happy with her progress. She doesn't think it'll be much longer before she's walking, but she promised that she'll come and see me for a while to come. One day she may decide that the nights are for going out and working, but for now, she's still tossing in her crib before the sun goes down, and that's just fine with me. I don't know how long I'll have Anne for, but I know it would never be long enough. Even as I write this, I know there will come a time when her visits become less and less, and I know that'll be fine too. I had Susan for 18 years, and I'll take whatever time I have with her shadow as a gift. Grandpa and I had been taking some much-needed time off lately. 2024 had begun with a lot of excitement, and we had both needed about a week to recover from the skirmish at the Botanical Gardens. It had taken a little longer to get back to my usual pep, probably because all the energy I'd been throwing around. Grandpa had been trying to teach me how to harness these things for the past couple of years, but I suppose there was nothing like having your life in danger to show you what you could really do. I'd come home and slept for, what Grandpa had reported anyway, about 3 days. He hadn't looked too worried when I finally got up, saying that was pretty normal for people my age. When you first realize your full potential, the first really big skirmish you have with something otherworldly, you really understand what it's like to have your life in danger. Fighting that hard will take it out of just about anyone. Anyway, the two of us have been sticking close to home. Me because I was tired, and Grandpa because his cough had come back. I had hated to hear that sickly, railing cough return, and we had immediately put him on a breathing treatment like the doctor had advised. Grandpa hated them, saying it was nothing some hot tea and some rest couldn't help, but I didn't believe it. He had thrown around twice as much energy as I had, no mean feat for someone his age, and I knew that his body was about as wrecked as mine was. So, as we sat at the kitchen table one night, listening to the weather rage outside, I found myself in the mood for another one of his stories. Grandpa really hadn't been in the storytelling mood lately, the cough coming on him so suddenly, and I found that I missed sitting on the porch with a beer and listening to him tell me about the past. A little selfish, I know, but stories have always been such a big part of my relationship with Grandpa, and I was curious about something. Hey, have you ever had a battle like the one we had at the gardens with Nat? Grandpa scrunched his face up. I suppose I did. Nothing like fighting that winter spook, but we definitely had some times. I remember one particular incident where we had to go to put some restless spirits to rest, which was pretty wild. How did that go? I asked, leaning in as Grandpa smiled and stared off into the past. Somewhere between the exorcism at our neighbor's house and the bone collector, I suppose. It was definitely a time that I'll never forget. I'd gotten off of work when I saw Nat and thought I was about to get a scolding. I'd had a lesson with him that afternoon, but I had an emergency delivery that took me well till after dark to get done. He had a distant look when I saw him, and I sighed as I came to sit next to him. I know, Nat, I'm sorry. I had to make an emergency delivery, and I need you this weekend, if you're done with your emergencies. I nodded, thinking it shouldn't be hard to get the weekend off. We didn't do a lot of deliveries on the weekend, and Wayne had looked guilty when he handed me the slip for the delivery today. He knew it was going to get me back home well past midnight, and he knew how Little John's father liked people coming in late. If I told him I was taking a couple of days off, well, he probably wouldn't have minded much. Should be doable. Where are we going? I didn't think he was going to answer me at first, but he finally did, and I wished he hadn't. Somewhere I wish I wasn't. Somewhere I hoped I wouldn't have to go again. I pressed him for more, but he shook it off, saying he would be here at first light tomorrow to pick me up. Get some sleep, kid, 'cause we got a long day ahead of us tomorrow. I tried my best, but any tiredness I might have had fled at the thought of what we might be doing tomorrow. What was he suggesting we do? Sounded like the house call my grandmother and I made sometimes, but I knew that it was likely to be something more dangerous. I knew that Nat was the spiritual leader for his tribe, but he was usually only dispatched to handle big problems. I drifted off thinking about that fact, picturing the two of us taking on a bone collector 10 times bigger than the one that I had faced. I was roused much earlier than I had wanted to be, as John told me Uncle Nat was waiting downstairs for me. He told me to tell you that at this rate, the two of you won't reach the mound until next spring. He left me to get dressed, and half an hour later we were on the road. Nat had gotten his hands on a familiar-looking farm-all truck that I'd seen in the trucking yard more than once, and as we set out, I asked him where we were going. John mentioned a mound when he came to wake me up. Nat made a noise somewhere between a humph and a throat clearing. My nephew says too much sometimes. What do you know about the ancestral mounds? He asked, the truck crunching along on the dirt road. I know the ones in Georgia, usually protected by the government, if not the tribe. They're sacred sites, usually a place of mass burial, if not honored burial. Nat nodded. It's the same here. We bury our dead in sites of honor, but some of the mounds weren't made by us. What do you know about how the natives were treated by our old comrades? I assumed he meant the Russians, and I told him I knew very little. Well, it wasn't well. The Russians had an idea that we should integrate into their idea of society, or be exterminated. Your country treats us a little better, but the bar was set pretty low to start with. The mound we're going to today is one such site. The Russians killed some 300 members of the tribe and buried them in a mass grave. The village didn't really have a name. Our villages were more temporary in those days, and when they wouldn't fall under the occupation, the Russians killed them all to a man. The burial site holds men, women, children, animals, anything that resided in the village, and the graves changed the mind of a lot of natives in the area. I'm guessing that the spirits there are restless, I said. They weren't until someone disturbed them. Some of my people thought it was a good idea to exhume the bodies so they could bury them in a more honorable way. They wanted to lay the dead to rest with more dignity, but the dead didn't appreciate the sentiment. The site's been plagued with bad luck, accidents, and finally with the deaths of 3 workers. The community's spiritual leader attempted to put the spirits to rest, but was unable to do so and nearly lost his life in the attempt. They called me, and I mean to attempt to settle the spirits here. I nodded. Makes sense. How can I help? Your shield work has always been impressive. I would like you to raise a shield around us so I can complete the ritual. Think you can manage that? I told him I could, and as we rolled along to God knows where, I found my eyes getting heavy. You would have said that would be impossible to sleep with such a task ahead of us, but I was soon snoring softly in the passenger seat. My lack of sleep had caught up with me, and when Nat shook me awake some time later, I saw it was nearer to dusk. There was a red mark on the side of my head where I'd been leaning against the glass, and as I shook the weariness from my body, he pressed a cup of coffee into my hand. "I stopped about an hour ago at this little post on the way. You never stirred, but I figured you'd like a little mud in you before we get to work." I thanked him, and as I drank the coffee, I surveyed the site. It looked like a construction site more than a burial mound, but I could see a tent near the base, complete with some tables that had been laid with bones for assembly. There were some black bags nearby too, presumably for transporting the bodies, and someone had driven a tractor up beside the mound so they could get some of the dirt out of the way. The land around the mound was barren, but I could feel something here that was anything but dead. The air here practically thrummed with energy, and Nat grabbed his bag and a walking stick before stumping out of the truck. We set up near the base of the mound, drawing a circle as we set out the herbs and implements we would need for the ritual. Nat had brought cleansing herbs, stones I knew would be important for soothing bad energy, and a variety of things that would call to the spirits and draw them to the spot. It was clear that Nat had done this kind of thing before, and as I made the proper markings and set my wards to the task, I felt like an animal in the zoo. Things were watching us, things that did not like us. They were curious at the time, but it was a curiosity that wouldn't last once we got started. "This is going to be the biggest shield you've ever thrown up," Nat told me, fixing himself Indian style on the ground. "And it has to be perfect. I need time to build up the energy for this, and if they get their hands on us, they will hurt us. Understand?" I nodded, but I hoped I was capable. We'd been practicing my shield work for most of the time with Nat, and I was pretty good. Nat would throw things at me, sometimes rocks and sometimes snow, but never to injure, and I would bring my energy to bear so I could stop it. If I had some time to prep, I could usually focus my runes or sigils and get some extra protection, and this was one time I believed I would need it. "Good. Let's get started then. It'll be dark soon, and I want to be back on the road when it is." He lit the herbs and spread out the implements, and when he began speaking the old words that sounded so familiar to my grandmother's world sometimes, I focused my energy and got my shield right. That was when I started to really feel like someone was watching, like I was an animal in the zoo or a fish in a tank at a fancy restaurant. The things that swarmed around us were far from pleasant. Natives with cuts and holes in them, women with blood in their hair, and even bloody children with their necks bent or their bodies crumpled. They were difficult to look at, but I knew they were nothing so much as an accusation against the people who had done this to them. They existed to pass judgment on a system that had failed them, had even decided that in their otherness they should be killed, and that was the worst part of all. I looked back to Nat, but if he saw them, he never said. His eyes were closed, his lips almost singing as he wove the old magic, and as they got closer to us, I wondered if I would be up for the task. When the first one hit the barrier, it felt like someone had lashed me with a switch. It was sudden, so sudden that I nearly lost my concentration, but I straightened as the second and third pressed their bony fingers against the surface. The pain was immense and so different than the snowballs or rocks I had deflected. This was cold, and it was bristly, and it felt like frostbite the longer it stayed in contact with me. I grit my teeth and tried to focus, but I'd been unprepared for anything like this. It was the worst pain, well, the second worst pain in my life, and I'll never forget it. I went to my knees, still holding the shaky barrier, and when I heard Nat's chanting rise in volume, I felt a new surge of power build behind me. Nat's power was different when it cascaded over you, like warm sun and gentle breeze, and as it rocketed forth and through my barrier, I saw the haggard ghost people take a step back, and then another. They left us, disappearing into the mound, and as I panted like a spent dog, I felt Nat pat my shoulder. I looked up to find him smiling. "Not bad, kid. Not bad at all." We drove home then, not saying much, and I was asleep before the mound was out of sight. They said that Nat put me to bed and told all of his kin not to bother me until I was ready to get up. He called Wayne and told him that I was off for a couple of days and not to come over to John's and try to roust me for some delivery. The boy has helped the tribe, and he's more than earned a rest. I slept for 3 days, waking up feeling refreshed, but the memory of those poor souls was not something I could sleep off, like the sore muscles or the aching joints. I sat speechless as Grandpa finished the story. The weather rumbled and boomed outside, but I was thinking more about lost souls and the angry dead. Sounds like quite a time. Grandpa nodded. It was a very instructive time. I went out with Nat a few more times, but it was never quite that intense. We tracked down some missing children and helped a family get a presents out of their house. But by this point, my time in Alaska was growing short. He got up then, putting his cup in the sink and heading for bed. Sometimes I thought it seemed that the stories were all that kept him going, but sometimes it seemed like they were slowly killing him too. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Well, clearly I came back here to settle down, and that time would come sooner than I thought." Dex woke up to the sound of someone crying. It was a sound he had become accustomed to listening for, and he lifted his head to find the source. The little kids in the gang were always waking up crying. They had dreams about the stepdad with amorous fingers, the uncle who liked to hit, the mother who left bruises, and they came awake yelling and crying. Only Dex could soothe them back to sleep, it seemed. Wizard wasn't as good with the little kids. Wizard wasn't as... Dex grimaced as he rubbed his head, remembering his own bad dream. Wizard had smiled at him before falling over dead in the street. It had been a dream. No way that some greaseball had killed the Wiz on his own turf. It had all been a dream, just nerves over the job today. It was all the more believable now that he was hearing some little kid crying in the night, looking for a mommy who wasn't there. He could almost believe it if it wasn't for waking up in an unknown sterile hell where he found himself. The room was like a bunk room, some kind of mental ward summer camp. There were 15 beds, all lined up neatly in a row, and all but one of them was occupied. Beside the empty one was a girl who looked like she couldn't have been more than 5 or 6. She was so small that Dex wondered how she had got into this program at all. The second he thought it, he wondered why he had thought it. Was this a program? If so, how had he gotten in for that matter? "Mama? Mama?" the little girl was yelling, looking for her mother as if she expected her to just appear. Dex was going to her before he could think better of it. She turned slowly as he loomed over her. She was getting that look that privileged kids got when they see someone as large and black as Dex must seem to her, and he tried to soften his face so he didn't scare her any worse than she already was. "What's wrong?" he asked. Are you okay?" "No," said the little girl. "I'm afraid. I fell asleep on the plane, and now I'm here, and I don't even know where here is." Dex nodded, mentally reassigning this from summer camp to snatch job hideout. Suddenly and unthinkably, the little girl pressed her wet face against his stomach and wrapped her arms around him. It caught Dex by surprise because it was not the sort of thing that happened very often to him. He'd been hugged before. Social workers did it often enough to try to get your trust, but it wasn't often that someone just came up and hugged you out of the blue like that. Most of the kids in his gang were too broken for physical contact to come easily, and Dex had counted himself amongst them. He found that he didn't mind being hugged, though, and he patted her back as he tried to get her to calm down. "Not to break up your little moment," said a snide voice from the left, "but if you could keep it down, that would be great." Dex turned to find a girl with ash blonde hair looking at him from beneath a plastic hospital pillow. What he could see of her face would have been considered attractive, he supposed, and she had that waifish look that some of the older girls on the street had. She seemed too young for it, but Dex had seen younger girls trying to cultivate it. When you were underage and hungry without a home to go to, sometimes you ended up doing some things you weren't proud of the next day. This girl, however, looked like she wouldn't know much about that kind of life. "Sorry," Dex said as he continued to pat the smaller girl. "Know where we are?" The blonde girl rolled her eyes. "Well, duh. It's the School for the Gifted at Ohio State. You must be lost. I didn't know they had a special ed program." Dex started to give her something back, something a little less genial, but the little girl took her face away from his stomach long enough to blubber out that she was wrong. "We're in the California Research Institute for the Gifted. Don't you know anything?" The blonde girl was sitting up now, and Dex could tell that she was around the same age that he was. She was dressed in a light pair of pajamas, something you might get in a hospital sleep study, and she was smiling. It never touched her eyes, though, and they were arctic. Wherever she was from, it was pretty clear that she didn't suffer being spoken to like that by girls as small as this. "I don't know what line of horseshit they fed you, princess, but they told my father that they were taking me to Ohio State. Daddy would have never agreed for anyone to take me out of state, not in a million years." "You don't know anything, and your daddy is a..." But the little girl put a hand over her mouth before burying her face against Dex's stomach again. Dex lifted an eyebrow, wondering what she had been about to say, and turning back to the blonde who was staring daggers at the kid. "She's just scared. Don't take it personal." The older girl flipped her hair in a dismissive way, as if it was nothing to her. Dex had gotten pretty good at reading people, though, and realized he'd have to keep an eye on the little girl, at least if he meant for her to be safe here. "My name's Dex, and I'm still not quite sure where we are. I never did get a rundown from anyone before they picked me up." Or had he? "You aren't the one we want, kid, but you'll do." Had that been from the dream? Dex was starting to wonder if it had been a dream at all. "Yeah, I don't remember asking," said the haughty girl with the blonde hair. She flopped over on her side, turning away from them as she pretended to go back to sleep, but Dex wasn't fooled. He had seen better acting on the soap operas at the group homes. He turned back to the little girl, the one who seemed to have adopted him in that way that little kids do sometimes, and quietly guided her back to his bed. She might have to fight the blonde with the cold eyes at some point, but it wouldn't be today. Dex asked her if she'd like to sit on the bed with him, and she nodded against his stomach. She was wearing the same pajamas the girl had been wearing, and that was the first time he realized that he was too. All the kids seemed to be in the same sterile white tunic with crisp edges and straight white pants with a blue line down the leg. He wondered who had dressed him. He also wondered where his clothes were, though it was something he realized might be less important. The girl pulled her face away from his stomach, and he tried not to wince as a runner of snot came along with her. "Thank you," she said soupily through a nose full of muck. "I think that girl would have liked to hurt me after you left." Dex lifted her onto his bed and found that she weighed less than he'd thought. She must be even younger than he had suspected. I had thought that might be what she was thinking. When you live on the streets as long as I did, you get a pretty good feel for what people want and what they mean to do. The little girl smiled and wiped her nose. She had a good smile, and it broke through her sadness like a sunrise. "I'm Masha," she said, without being prompted. "Masha, that's a nice name. I'm Dex." She nodded. "Short for Dexter, but nobody calls you that." Dex nodded before he could think better of it, not stopping to ask how she could have known such a thing. They sat and talked in that semi-dark bunk room for what felt like no time at all. Masha told Dex about her home and her family, telling him about the things she could do as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Dex mostly listened, telling her things about the street towards the end when she had run into things to talk about. He told her about the little kids in his gang that he took care of, about Smoke and the interesting thing that he could do. He started to talk about Wizard, but it made his throat tight to talk about the boy. Dex didn't understand why, probably something to do with the dream he had had, but he stopped suddenly midway through as the tears came to make an appearance as they welled up in his eyes. "What about you, Dexter?" Dex laughed as he wiped his eyes. "Call me Dex, little sister. No one calls me Dexter, not since I stopped going to the social service building." "Okay," she said, with a watery smile. "What do you do, Dex?" Dex tapped the side of his head and winked. "I call it the brain blast. I don't actually know what it does, but it seems to reset people sometimes, or just push them over other times. It's like a blast of energy, and when it hits people, they leave me alone." "You're a telekinetic," she said with sudden excitement. Dex furrowed his eyebrows in confusion. "What's that?" "Someone who can move things with their mind." He laughed again and couldn't remember a time that he had laughed quite this much. "I guess so. My friends and I always used to read the X-Men comics, and Wizard said what I had was like Charles Xavier when he would move things with his mind. He said mine was more like a gun than a hand, though. He would..." But Dex stopped talking again as his eyes got wet for no reason. He wiped at them, not sure why he was doing it, and when he looked down at Masha, he found that she was crying too. "They killed your friend, didn't they?" Dex opened his mouth to deny it, but he couldn't. How could you know that? I wasn't even sure I knew it. I'm still not sure I know it." Masha looked around, trying to see if anyone was listening. She leaned in close, having to stand up so she could whisper in his ear, and Dex leaned closer too. "Can you keep a secret?" Dex nodded before he could think better of it. If this was a place like he thought it was, secrets could be very dangerous. "Sometimes, when I really concentrate, I can hear people's thoughts." She whispered it, like she was afraid it was some dark secret, and when she sat back down, she looked at Dex as if pleading with him not to tell anyone. He mimed locking his mouth up and throwing away the key, and that made her giggle. Dex found that he liked this little girl, despite himself. He had always taken care of the little kids in his gang, out of a sense of obligation. He was bigger and they were littler. That meant that they needed him, but it wasn't like that with Masha. When he talked with Masha, it was like talking with Wizard. It just seemed natural. "Hey," came a voice from behind them, and as Dex turned to look at the speaker, he found himself putting a protective arm around Masha. He turned to find a skinny white kid in the same no-color pajamas, a kid who looked like he might know a thing or two about living rough. "Oh, didn't want any trouble," he said, putting on a dopey smile as he put his hands up. "I'm Dunstan. I'm just wondering if either of you know where we are." Dex relaxed a little. This one clearly wasn't another one like the blonde girl. "I'm Dex. This is Masha." "No, neither of us know where we are either." Dunstan nodded, coming around the bed to stand before them. Dex saw that he was trying to be approachable, the way people did when they wanted to be friends or just to get close so they could get in the first lick. But something seemed off about him too. Dex couldn't put his finger on it, but the longer he watched him, the closer he got to it. Dunstan kept his hands behind his head, fingers in his hair as if protecting them. The kid was probably a germaphobe, Dex thought, and made note not to pat him if they ended up being tight. "Great," Dunstan said, drawing it out. "I knew I should have taken up that last family on their offer for cohabitation. Might have saved me from the organ farm." Dex furrowed his brow, wanting to tell him not to say things like that, or he might scare the kid, but when he looked down at Masha, she was unfazed. Quite the contrary, she was spellbound. "What's your superpower, Dunstan?" she suddenly asked, leaning forward. Dunstan looked a little shocked, but he hid it well. "Who says I have?" "'Cause we all do," Dex said, grinning as he rolled his eyes. "Kinda seems like why we might all be here." Dunstan let out a breath, and it sounded distinctively horse-like. "Always gets me in trouble." Some of the other kids were starting to stir now, and Dex saw that many of them were in equally sorry states. They were confused, scared, angry, and not really sure what to make of their newfound situation. Little conversations were beginning to pop up, many with varying volumes, and Dex noticed that Dunstan was sticking close to them. Gangs were already forming, unlikely allies binding together, and it seemed that he meant to stay near them, lest he be forced to make a similar introduction again. Dex found that he didn't really mind. There came a sudden loud whistling from the front of the room, and they all looked up to see a large, bald man with a jack-o'-lantern smile standing in the doorway. By the way Masha tensed, she must have recognized him. "Rise and shine, snot babbies. Welcome to kindergarten. I assume you all have lots of questions and concerns, but I'm not here to answer those. I'm here to get you to the calf so you can eat some slop and hopefully sit still while I try to explain this little situation to you. So, line up and follow me. Don't break off on your own, and don't get lost. There are bigger monsters than me in these halls, and you wouldn't want to get gobbled up." "I doubt it," Masha whispered as the kids started moving agreeably towards the man. Dex got up too, taking her hand, but she stayed put. "Come on, little sis. I'll protect you from the big scary man." "Me too," Dunstan said, offering her a hand which Dex was surprised to find that she took. Dunstan grimaced a little as he touched her, but he hid it well, and Dex thought his superpower might have something to do with physical contact. Masha must have picked up on some of that too, but when she tried to let go, he covered her hand with his slightly tanner one. "Don't worry, kid. Your memories are like milquetoast next to what I've seen." The three proceeded to the line, taking up the rear, and went to their first day of kindergarten, a little cluster of soft, worried voices. I didn't start noticing him until Carl started bringing him up. I hadn't seen Carl in a while, no more than the times he came to give me a break, but he looked worse every time I saw him. He had a small resurgence of sanity when the scarecrows had attacked around New Year's, but he had slipped off again in the subsequent weeks. He didn't come out of his office unless he was forced to. He had talked management into giving him a second officer until 11 o'clock, and he used him to do most of his work while he pored over security footage. He was searching for the orderly with the red scrubs, and it had become something of an obsession for him. "He's at the site of most deaths within the hospital, and I want to know why." Management thought he was losing it at first, probably because he spent most of his downtime in the security office, and didn't seem to go home for changes of clothes or showers. But the more information he brought to them, the more seriously they took him. So far, he'd been present at 60 of the natural deaths within the hospital, but he could be seen lurking around many of the others as well. When Dr. Shen accidentally perforated the artery of his patient during an emergency surgery, one of the scrub nurses swore she had seen a man in red scrubs near the back of the room. When the gunshot victim had come into the ER last week, the officer who'd come with the victim had captured the man on his lapel cam right before the victim had died of his injuries. Carl had months of footage from the security cameras in the hospital, and he'd captured the man's image hundreds of times. Management was afraid that if someone could link these deaths together, they would bring a lawsuit against the hospital. Carl was afraid that the man might be something spooky. He's always present, always hovering, and it's like he knows they're gonna die. I gotta find him. I gotta stop him if he's the one killing them. I'm the head of security. It's my job to keep these people safe, and I'm failing them. He told me this in the halting patterns of someone on the verge of a mental breakdown one night, and it broke my heart. He'd come to give me a break, and he looked so ragged that I couldn't help but offer to help him. He was so detached from the man that had been seen taking charge on New Year's that it made me scared for him, and when he flopped down in my chair, logging me out so he could pull up the cameras, I felt like if I didn't do something, they'd find him in his office one morning with a bullet in his head. So I started watching cameras too. It wasn't like I could watch them all the time, and I couldn't even watch to the level that he did, since I didn't have that kind of access, but I could provide another set of eyes. When I wasn't working on something, I would randomly cycle through cameras, just trying to get a look, a glimpse, of the orderly in the red scrubs. I never caught him on camera, but when I expressed an interest in helping Carl, his face brightened as he spent the next hour telling me more than I wanted to know about this strange person. I don't think he ever leaves the hospital. I see him come out and go into the stairwell more often than not, but I've also seen him come out of broom closets and mezzanine doors, storage closets, and empty patient rooms. I think he may be like the things David talked about when he got trapped in the stairwell, things that aren't quite from here but can travel here. The rest was mostly paranoid ramblings, but I got the feeling that Carl had done a lot of camera watching. The orderly wasn't present for every death, at least not as far as Carl could tell, but he was at a lot of them. Carl thought he might be feeding off the dead somehow, but I wasn't so sure. He was present, yes, but he didn't seem terribly malevolent. He was spooky, to be sure, but I got the idea that his presence was more perfunctory than anything. He moved about like the other nurses did, just one more cog going about his work, and I wondered if he were providing some sort of service to the souls that he saw. Maybe, as the nurses and doctors prolonged life, he was there to ease the pain of death. Either way, I started keeping an eye out for him, but, like so many, it wasn't until I stopped seeking him that I finally found him. Carl came to give me a break at about 11:30. He asked if I'd seen anything, and I shook my head as I admitted I hadn't. He said he'd been watching old tapes, and the guy had been coming here for years. He had linked him to hundreds of deaths, but all the recordings reported them dying of natural causes. Most had been expected to pass, and Carl couldn't figure out why no one had put two and two together before now. I nodded along, but I was honestly a little bored with the mystery at this point. It didn't seem that he would ever find this guy. His whole deal seemed to be keeping one step ahead of us, and as I went to get coffee and stretch my legs, I doubted we would ever get close. I was coming out of the dark cafeteria, the coffee steaming from the styrofoam cup I had, when I caught a sudden glimpse of movement and looked up in time to see someone in scrubs stepping into the stairwell. Someone in a pair of red scrubs and sensible black shoes. I ran, wincing as the coffee spilled over my fingers. I tossed it into the nearest trash can, all my efforts going into not bursting into the stairwell and telling him that I was on his trail. I reached for my cell phone to call Carl, but there wasn't time. If I lost him, I might never get another chance, so I started creeping up the stairs as I listened for the push of a door as it opened. When I heard him enter the third floor, I sped up, going through the metal fire door, only a few seconds behind him. 3 South was still buzzing, despite the time, but I had a feeling that he was heading to 3 North. I don't know what I'd call it, a hunch I guess, but I took a left and made my way onto the sleepy long-stay wing. I asked the nurse if she had seen anyone, an orderly, someone go by, but she just shook her head at me without looking up from her phone. I was afraid I might have been duped by my hunch, but when the monitor of the patient room beeped behind her, I saw that someone in room 7 was experiencing something abnormal with their telemetry. The board showed the vitals of the patient hooked up to the machine, and it appeared that Mrs. Hiffrin was experiencing a slow decline in her vitals. It was nothing drastic, certainly not drastic enough to set off alarms right away, but as her blood pressure began to slowly nudge down, I thought I might have found my orderly. I headed for room 7, and as I got close, I heard someone softly singing from behind the door. It was a song that I had never heard before, but it was also strangely familiar. Had my mother hummed something like that when I was young? Maybe my grandmother? I didn't know, but hearing it made me feel a little woozy. Not like it put me to sleep, but it made me want to stand still and listen to the song. In the room, I could hear the machinery starting to blare, the woman's vitals becoming something more alarming, and I shook my head as I focused on what I meant to do. I opened the door in one quick motion, and the humming stopped as the man looked up at me. I mentioned before how flat his face looked, so devoid of character, but I see now that this was a trick. In reality, I can't really tell you what his face looked like. I can't remember it, and it seemed to slide right out of my memory anytime I tried. He was bald, I remember that, but it was weirder than that. It wasn't the usual baldness, but the lack of hair. It was as if no hair had ever grown on this man's head, and his arms were devoid of the usual hair one finds there too. He was smooth, unnaturally so. He looked like someone formed him from fresh clay. His eyes are the only other feature I can tell you about with any clarity. They were crystal blue, the blue of an underground stream that had never seen the light of day, its purity unbroken by any flaw or inadequacy. As we stood staring at each other, him in surprise and me in indignation, I heard the monitor stop yarking as her vitals began to come up again. "I suppose you're the one who's been trying to find me," he said, his voice coming out as a whisper. "One of them, but not the main one. I found you purely by accident." He looked back at the woman, her face a mask of serenity, and looked back to me. "I'm sorry, but I have to do this. It's my job, and my bosses are not the kind of people to be disappointed." I could almost feel sorry for him when he explained it like that, but I realized that might be part of his nature, and shook it off. Can't imagine why your bosses want you to kill people inside a hospital, but it ends now. His forehead dimpled a little, and I realized he was trying to raise an eyebrow that he didn't have. "Kill? Is that what you think I'm doing?" I shrugged, no longer quite so sure. "Isn't it? I mean, people die, and you're seen leaving their room. It isn't a long leap in imagination to assume that you might be killing them." He thought about that, seeming to understand, if not agree with the assessment. "I'm not so much killing them as I'm guiding them," he said, his words coming slowly as he tried to find the right ones. I snorted. "Oh yeah, and Dahmer never ate people, he just repurposed them." "I don't know this Dahmer you're talking about, but this woman I'm here to guide is already dead. Her body may not know it, but its time is up. She needs to rest, and in resting, I will guide her away from all this." What he was saying didn't make any sense, but it appeared I would be getting a visual. The woman, an old, frail-looking specimen, sat up suddenly. She stretched her spindly arms, the flesh beginning to plump, and I watched her grow young before my eyes. Her hair went from brittle and gray to thick and dark, her wrinkles clearing, and the mouth that had been hanging slack was suddenly full of teeth again. Her bird arms grew substantial, her eyes showed brightly, and when the man offered her a hand, she rose from the bed a new person. It wasn't until then that I noticed the frail old woman still lying in bed, and his statement suddenly made sense. Not a lot, but it made some sense. "Come along, dear," he said, and the woman rose beside him. "Others are waiting for you. People who have been waiting for a long time." She never said a word, but she went with him. I started to move, but as they passed through me, I felt like I'd been plunged into a frozen lake. I turned and walked up the hall behind them, trying to find words before he disappeared again. "Hey," I finally managed, and he stopped before walking into the stairwell. "I have questions." He pondered that for a moment. "You may not like the answers." I shrugged. Never stopped me from asking them. He nodded. "I have work to do tonight. I will meet you tomorrow night in the cafeteria. Be there at midnight, and I will answer the questions I can answer. At 1 a.m., I will be gone, so don't keep me waiting." People were yelling behind me, people trundling into the room of the dead woman with crash carts, and in the chaos, he and his charge slipped away. I heard Carl calling a code blue overhead and calling for me to come back to my post so he could respond. I took the stairs, but if they were still there, I never saw them. I didn't tell Carl what I had seen, and he was in too big a hurry to notice anything amiss. Hopefully, after I see the orderly tomorrow night, I'll have something to report. Hopefully Carl doesn't see me on the cameras when he reviews the footage and pooches the whole deal. Till then, guess I'll just have to come up with some questions for this mysterious red-clad orderly. It's been a while since I interviewed a spook, and the last one was in too much of a hurry to answer all my pressing questions. This one might be a little chattier than the last. "What brings you to the clinic today, Mr.?" But Winter realized she didn't know the man. That was rare because Winter knew almost everyone in town. He was young, mid-30s, but he looked as if something had aged him recently. There was a great weight upon this youth, and Dr. Winters wondered what he had brought with him to the couch today. The cup of tea sat in his lap, untouched, and he seemed more than a little dubious of it. "I found your clinic on a message board and thought you might be the one to help me." Dr. Winters picked up her own cup of tea, stirring it and watching the smoke dance. "And what is it you need help with, Mr.?" "Call me Charlie. I want to tell you a story, and at the end I'm hoping you know the best way to help me. It all starts with my grandmother and a strange family secret that she's kept from me for years." Winter smiled. "Sounds like a soap opera." Charlie didn't return the grin. "In a lot of ways, it is. My grandma was probably the best friend I ever had. Ever since I was a little kid, she was always there for me. She lives right down the road in this big old house that scared a lot of the other kids in the neighborhood. The reputation wasn't without reason, because it looked like the Haunted Mansion from Disney World. It's surrounded by a big old wrought iron fence, topped with sharp spikes that bend at crazy angles in some places. The yard is inhabited by grass that, while green, is a deep, unsettling-looking green, and the trees always look dead, no matter what you do to them. The house itself is gray and black, a monstrosity that rises out of the yard for 3 stories and has an attic and a basement. The roof is made of black shingles that are the color of coal and always look ready to fall off. Several of the rooms are topped with pointy tower roofs, and that just seems to draw the aesthetic together perfectly. The icing on the cake is the big round door that serves as the entrance to the house, a big oak sentinel that's banded in iron and just looks like someone stole it from a castle. Despite how it looks, I have nothing but happy memories of my grandmother's house. I never knew my grandpa. There's a picture of a middle-aged man in a black suit with an oiled goatee and an impish grin hanging in the living room that I assume is him. But all I really know about him is that he built the house for Grandma, and the two were happy together. Some of that happiness seems to come at the expense of my mother, who has very few good memories of her father. He didn't work. He was inherently wealthy and basically beggared himself to build the house. Mom said he could often be seen in the library or his study, just reading or listening to the radio. Sometimes when she went to talk to him, he would pretend he didn't hear her, but sometimes he would just look at her like he didn't know who she was and he was confused to see her. She kind of thought he might be on drugs, though she never saw him use any, and he just seemed to live in a fog all the time. Of her mother, my grandmother, she had a much better opinion. Your grandmother made up for his coldness in spades. We were always going to do something or shop for something or going on trips while he stayed at home for business. I don't know what business he had, but he never left the house, and that was fine with me. I wish now that I had spent more time asking Mom about her childhood. She died when I was in the 10th grade, after a moving van ran a red light. After that, it was just me and Grandma in that big old house. I still live there with her, actually, but it's less out of convenience these days. Grandma's begun to forget things that are a little necessary. She can still feed herself, still use the bathroom on her own, and dress herself, but she forgets parts of the past. She always seemed to remember who I was, but often she would forget who the people in the photos were as she toddled along. She asked me who the dapper gentleman in the living room was one morning, and when I told her that was Grandpa, she looked a little lost. She said she didn't remember being married, and when I told her how he had built the house for her, she seemed surprised. "Well, he must have loved me a lot if he built this big whole house for me, I guess." I thought she might be a little bit confused. She is 70, but the day she asked me who the little girl in the beach photo was, I knew something was going on. Grandma would have no more forgotten my mother than she would have forgotten me. I made an appointment with her doctor, and after some wheedling, I finally got her to agree to go. They ran all kinds of tests, looking for the usual signs of memory loss, but they were as stumped as I was. The doctors say she doesn't show any of the physical symptoms of dementia or Alzheimer's, but that's what it seems like. Dr. Bailey looked at the x-rays and shook his head after I finally convinced her to go. It's crazy. Physically, her brain is completely healthy. There are none of the usual signs of damage that lead to a diagnosis, but all the symptoms are there. I'm almost afraid to prescribe anything for her. Let me send these to my colleague and get back to you. In this case, I think I would like a second opinion. So we took her home, and we hoped for the best. If people thought the outside of Grandma's house was spooky, then they would have crapped themselves when they came inside. The inside of Grandma's house would have put the Addams family to shame. The interior was done in dark woods, the ceilings vaulted, and the furnishings only adding to the Gothic style. There was a foyer, a living room, a dining room, a library, a study for Grandpa that was now a sewing room, a full bathroom off the kitchen and a half bath off the foyer, and a spacious kitchen with a wood-burning stove. There were stuffed creatures in some of the rooms, and none of them seemed the usual choice for trophy animals. Ravens and crows and cats and foxes, and ever since I was a kid, I always suspected that there was something off about them. They seemed to watch you sometimes, especially if you were doing something you weren't supposed to do. Anyway, the bedrooms are upstairs, and the stairs now have one of those little power chair climbers installed, so Grandma can get up and down them. And my room was the second largest of the 4 bedrooms, with Grandma being in the master bedroom. I didn't have to work, and Grandma required a lot of care these days, but I still tried to maintain my college classes so I could get my bachelor's on time. Most days I just went about exploring the huge house, perusing the books in the library, or looking at things in Grandpa's old study, just kind of learning about the family history and pursuits. I learned that Grandpa may have actually been doing business, while Mom and Grandma were on trips. He had inherited more than a few businesses from his father, businesses he seems to have run into the ground, a spoiler. The last one had gone bankrupt in '95, right around the time he had a stroke, and Grandma had lived comfortably off his savings ever since. I learned a lot of family history in my downtime, but it wasn't until I started looking into Grandma's history that I stumbled across a book that would change everything. It was a small leather book, seemed little more than a personal journal. I'd been reading about my great-great-grandmother, someone who lived during the Civil War and had been somewhat of a hermit, as I figured it was just another journal on woodland recipes or an herbal for making helpful salves. When I opened it, however, I jumped as something crackled over my fingers. It was a static discharge, nothing too frightening, but the crash from downstairs made me jump again. I left the book sitting on the floor and went down to find Grandma, lying on the floor of the kitchen, clutching her head. She'd been making soup, the knife, fortunately, still sitting on the cutting board, and she was writhing in pain as I came in. I asked what was happening, but she just kept stuttering broken words that didn't make a lot of sense. I went to the phone thinking she was having a stroke when she yelled at me to stop. She was sitting up slowly, clutching her head as she told me not to call an ambulance. I remember something I'd forgotten. I helped her up, and we walked to the living room so I could settle her in her favorite chair. I went to turn the heat down on the stove, got Grandma a cup of tea, before asking her what was happening. I was chopping vegetables when I suddenly got the worst headache of my life. I saw a box in the attic, a box of books that I once kept in the library. They were part of... She paused, shaking her head a little. Something I used for work. I don't remember having work the day of my life, but I remember putting them there because they were important. I think... She paused, staring at the dark wood of the coffee table. I think they might have also been dangerous, somehow. I didn't know what she could be talking about, but after settling her in the chair, I went to look in the attic for the box. I didn't have much else to do that day, and my curiosity was piqued. The attic isn't a place I go often because it's so cluttered. It's full of old boxes and antique furniture, knickknacks from trips my mother and Grandma went on, and all of it strewn helter-skelter across the place. Fortunately, I thought I knew the box she was talking about, so it wouldn't be that hard to find. Grandma had asked me to bring it up here last year when she was trying to make some room in Grandpa's study, and I'd put it in the corner near the window. As I looked for it, I reflected on what Grandma had said. My mother had never talked about Grandma having a job, and I didn't know what she had done before she met Grandpa. She must have done something, I reflected, since she and Grandpa hadn't met till she was in her 30s. She seemed to know a lot about herbs and taxidermy, and given the rural nature of the town we lived in, it wasn't that hard to imagine that she was in the general community's interest of hunting and fishing or other woodly pursuits. I winced as my foot found the boxes I was looking for, and I was glad to see that the one I was looking for specifically was on top. Inside were a couple of books on herbcraft, some leather-bound tomes with weird runes inside, and one of those little journals like the one I'd seen in the study. I opened it up and was confronted with the same electric shock and another loud scream from downstairs. I took the book downstairs as I went to see what had happened, and Grandma had righted herself by the time I got to the living room. She was blinking owlishly at me, not seeming sure what to make of me, but when she saw the book, she stiffened like a dog that's heard a sudden noise. "You found it. Did you open it?" "Yeah, but it's empty. Just a weird symbol in the middle," I said, as I sat across from her. She held her hands out, wanting to see it. The symbol, I probably need to talk about the symbols, since they're so important. It was drawn heavily in what would be quantified as the middle of the book. It was a large, unbroken circle with little spikes every few inches. The inside had a mess of overlapping symbols, runes, I guess, and the whole thing looked like something out of a horror movie. It was kind of creepy to look at, and I handed it to her gladly. After staring at the weird symbols for a few minutes, she shook her head. "I don't know what it is, but it looks so familiar. I think I've seen it in the basement somewhere. Feels like it's linked to that place somehow." I scratched my head, not sure what she was talking about. "I don't think there's anything in the basement other than more boxes, Gran, but we can go have a look if you want." I didn't think we'd find anything down there, but something seemed different about her, and I wanted to see if it would help. Her speech was definitely more like the grandma I'd grown up with. Her speech had been listless in the last few years, her posture and stance making her look tired all the time. And as we went down into the cellar, there was none of her usual infirmity. She was downright spry as I took the stairs behind her, and I was happy to see her in such good spirits. If the attic had been trashed, then the basement was a total disarray. There were little avenues made out of old boxes and dusty furniture. I saw quite a few of my mom's old things down here. My grandmother, it appeared, hadn't had the heart to get rid of them, and now her old easels and art supplies lived right next to her covered paintings and ceramic cats. It was a little odd to see my mother's legacy just shoved down here all pell-mell, but Grandma didn't seem to have time for sentimentality. Grandma traversed the underground boulevards like a bloodhound, looking for something in particular. She was swerving this way and that, taking pathways with a purpose, and when she found the end of the causeway made of old baby things and garbage bags marked charity, she stopped. I looked around dubiously. "Well, what are we looking for? I don't see any books, but I guess there could be some under these things." A sudden light made me turn, and I watched as Grandma traced a bright image along the stones here. The tip of her finger glowed a little as she ran it over the dusty walls, something starting to form there. It was like a kid with chalk at first. The doorway was 4 lines without dimension, but as she traced that symbol, the door began to take on a weight, and we were soon standing in front of a handsome oak door that led to God only knew where. Turns out it was to a staircase, which we followed into the ground. What lay below it was even more spectacular. Grandma seemed as surprised as I was, but it could only have been her that set something like this up. It was a round, dirty room, the ceiling made of foundation stones, and the whole place looked like the lair of a witch from a German fairy tale. A cauldron was sitting dry over a cold fire. There were shelves of strange-looking books and scrolls. There were herbs and other things hanging from the ceiling. In the center was a table, a squat little thing that looked older than sin, and on it sat a book and a note. As Grandma went exploring, I felt drawn to the note and went to look at it. Turned out it was from Grandma. To Grandma. "Hello, Mildred. If you're reading this, then it looks like you're started getting rid of painful memories again. I'm guessing as you tried to get rid of Deborah's memory, you messed yourself up. It's never been clear how many threads are connected to her, and you could end up a drooling fogey in a nursing home if you keep going on this route. That's why, as any good witch does, we set up the books. The rule of 3 states that we have to spread them across 3 different ones, and the one on the table is the last key. Open it and you'll remember everything. Be warned, however, that you will remember everything. You'll remember what you did to your husband. You'll remember what you did to Debbie. And you might not be able to live with yourself again. If that seems like too much to do right now, then go back upstairs and leave the last one until you're ready. Otherwise, I suppose I'll see you soon. Mildred. What had she done to Debbie? Debbie was my mother's name. What had she done to my mother? She and Mom had always gotten along well. At least they had until right before she died. Mom had learned something she didn't quite dare tell me, but she'd spent the last few months before her death distancing herself from my grandma. She tried to put distance between Grandma and me too, but I was old enough to push back by that point. Didn't really matter anyway, because a week after she started getting insistent, she had died. I took the note to Grandma and held it out accusingly. What does this mean? She took it, read over the message, but shook her head. I don't rightly know. I don't even remember a girl named Debbie, but sounds like I'll find out if I open that book. The two of us looked back, the book suddenly looking less than inviting. I wanted to stop her as she got up, but I didn't think I could have summoned the strength. Grandma knew what she wanted, and when Grandma wanted something, it was impossible for her to turn away from it. Grandma was a nice lady, but she was stubborn, and she got what she wanted in the end. She doubled over as she opened the book, and the spark from it lit up the room as she lay panting on the floor. When she got up, wiping dirt from herself, she looked at me and hissed softly. Oh God, Charlie, please tell me you didn't. But I already had the note out, my questions plain on my face. She sighed heavily, taking a seat on one of the stools by the table. Guess I've got some explaining to do. So, sounds like your gran had some skeletons in her closet, Winter said. Charlie nodded. She was a witch. A real witch, not like the fakers on TV or the weirdos in the woods. Grandma was an honest-to-God witch, and she used her powers for some less than savory things. Like killing your mother? Winter hedged. She hadn't killed my mom. Not really, but she had cursed her. Mom had threatened to move, taking me with her since I was underage, and Grandma couldn't have that. She told me I meant the world to her, almost more than her daughter, and she had been in such a rage that she cursed my mother before she could stop herself. Mom had been driving home from the house when she had gotten into the wreck, something I hadn't known, and Grandma had never forgiven herself. Charlie set the tea down, undrunk, and looked at Winter. It appeared he had come to the heart of the matter. She didn't kill her husband either, but she might as well have. Grandpa was an industrialist, and he'd been planning to open a factory in the area, something that would have destroyed the economy after it inevitably closed and ran out all the business besides. Grandma, a young witch living in the area, couldn't have that. She was already using her craft to take what she wanted from the townspeople, and his involvement would have ruined that. Charlie put on a fake old lady voice, and Winter wondered if it was a good facsimile of his grandma or not. What I was doing was a little bit of light taking. Hawk would have killed the town in a decade, and that didn't seem right. He breathed out a sigh of amusement as he sat back. Awfully altruistic of her, huh? So she kept him under her thumb, bleeding him dry and keeping him from practicing his own kind of magic, the capitalistic kind. When Mom was born, my grandfather was under her spell, and he didn't even understand that he had a daughter. Grandma kept her away from him as much as she could, for fear of her presence weakening the magic. When he died of a stroke after his business holdings tanked, it was almost a blessing, she told me. A blessing? Can you believe that?" Winter sat back, giving the kid a hard look before asking the question on her mind. "What is it you want, Charlie?" "It sounds as if you can make people forget, but I need a rather selective form of forgetfulness. I want to forget that my grandma did these things to my mom, to her husband, but I don't want to forget her. She needs me, and I need her. And in a lot of ways, being separated from her has hurt me deeply. Grandma's my only real family, the only one I have left, and the thought of abandoning her is something that makes me extremely sad. That being said, I know that we can't go back to the way we were, not with the knowledge I've got. So I need you to take those parts out and leave the rest. Can you do that?" Winter smiled sharkishly at him. "I believe I can do that. Lean forward, close your eyes, and take a deep breath." An hour later, Charlie walked out of her office, a changed man. Dr. Winter hoped his memories would stay repressed, and she hoped that his grandmother wouldn't notice her handiwork. If she did have any skill with altering memories, she might sense the involvement of an interloper. The last thing Dr. Winter wanted was to have to kill some old witch on her doorstep. But it wasn't like it would be the first time. The job wasn't fancy, but it would pay the bills, and that was what I needed right then. I'd graduated high school a few years ago, and no sooner had I thought about entering the job market than COVID hit and shut a lot of the world down. Suddenly, most of the things I would be qualified to do would make me a non-essential worker, so I decided to make my mom happy by going to college. She wanted me to take the time and get a degree or a certificate or something, but after 2 years and 2 changes of major, I had very little to show for my efforts. My counselor, after scowling at my file for a few minutes, finally sighed and said something to me that I'll never forget. Some people do well in school. To some people, this is a chance to engage with peers and better themselves, but this isn't the case for everyone. I feel like you may be trying too hard to be something that someone else wants you to be. Why not go out and live a little? Come back when you decide what you might like to be. Mom didn't much care for that answer, and she said if I was planning to drop out of school, then I would need to help with the bills. Dad was retired, and Mom was getting ready to retire. The last thing they wanted was another useless mouth to feed. So, started looking for a job, but the list of potential positions wasn't very long. I didn't want to flip burgers or wash cars or something I'd have to fight high school kids for, but I didn't have the skills for anything like maintenance work or coding. I didn't have the job experience for anything that wasn't entry level, and when they asked if I'd be willing to work nights, I said I would. When the site I was using sent me a list of potential jobs, I grimaced at the 6 names. Not a lot of options, but I suppose there had to be something there. There were 2 fast food jobs, so they went out. There was a part-time janitor position, but I was looking for something full-time. That left a job with a cab company, a bagger at Publix, and an assembly line job for Braxton Moore. That one surprised me because you didn't often see entry-level positions open there. Braxton Moore was an air conditioner company, one of the biggest ones in the region, and it was a place where people usually stayed for quite some time. I was in for a further surprise when I read the hours. Shift is 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Candidates will need to be able to stand for 3+ hours, be required to work with a particular instruction and minimal breaks, and will not be allowed to leave for the entirety of the shift. Benefits will be from day one, and pay will be very competitive. Looking at the projected pay rate, I saw it was very competitive. That made up my mind. I sent the message to the recruiter, and about an hour later, I had an interview the next day. So that's how I came to be sitting in the offices of Braxton Moore Industrial at 11:30, listening to how I could find fulfillment as an assembly line worker. The work isn't glamorous, but the demand for products has become so great that BMU has decided to open up the facility to offer a night shift position. You'll arrive at 9:30, be at your station at 10, work till the bell rings at 6 a.m. You'll be given 2 30-minute breaks, one at 1 and one at 4. And you'll be expected to be at your station at all times. Understand? I nodded, telling him it sounded pretty cut and dry, and he chuckled as he said it was as easy or as hard as I decided to make it. There is one important thing you should know about the job before you take it. The owner, Mr. Moore, likes to keep the lights off after the second shift leaves. There are lights at the station, but the floor lights are cut off at 10 as a cost-saving measure. You aren't afraid of the dark, are you? He asked, making it sound like a joke. I told him I wasn't, and he seemed to like that. I answered a few more questions, and the interviewer seemed impressed. He shook my hand and told me to expect a call back. But a week later, I was milling around the break room as I waited for the others to arrive. A few others showed up, maybe 5 or 6, and it looked as if they were keeping the crew small. When a lady in a pantsuit arrived for orientation, I expected her to comment that it had been a slow hiring cycle. But no, she said it looked like everyone was there and told us to have a seat so we could get started. You will be part of our new night line. You will be placed at a station, and it will be your job to assemble the products as diagrammed. Your station has its own purpose, and as posted, you will be working in 3-hour shifts between breaks. When you're at your station, I must ask that you not leave. The floor is dark, due to the lights being on timers, and you could get hurt if you wander onto the manufacturing floor. What if we have an emergency or something? Asked a girl a row ahead of me. There's a phone at your workstation, but we do ask that you leave your cell phones in the lockers. Here, she said, indicating the locker at the back of the room. Locks will be provided, but if you want your own, we understand that too. I must impress upon you the importance of not leaving your workstation. It's very dark on the work floor, and you could get hurt or killed if you go exploring on your own, We went over a few things, mostly the general idea of AC manufacture, but that line kept sticking in my head. Was the machinery on while the lights were off? The cost-saving measure had to be negligible when compared to the cost of running the machines. Wouldn't it make more sense to just shut down at night? I was still thinking about it as they led us out to the floor and showed us the stations. They were little plexiglass booths with an open back, and the conveyor belt would send the parts you needed to your station for assembly. It was pretty straightforward, and I could see diagrams at each station that showed you how your pieces snapped in and how each station did its part. The second shifters were kind enough to show us what each station did, telling us that each one was pretty much the same in the long run. I found myself hanging out around Station 4 for the most part, and when the bell rang at 10, I stepped inside and figured I'd stay here. The guy who had been showing me the ropes, his hand-stitched name tag reading Russ, shook my hand in passing, wishing me luck on my first night. Something was stuck to my palm when he left, but he walked off too fast for me to call out to him. Then suddenly, the others were scrambling to get to their positions, and we were getting ready to start our first night. They kept the belt running pretty slow that first night, but just as some of us started getting the hang of it, the lights went out with a resounding chunk, and we were left in individual pools cast by the safety lights over our workstation. Some of them yelled in surprise when the noise came, but I was kind of expecting it. The lights actually went out at 11 p.m., I made a note, and wouldn't come on till 6 a.m. 7 hours of working in the dark. What fun. Don't be alarmed, came a voice over the PA. You were told that the lights would be going off. Continue to work and everything will be fine. There was some nervous chit-chat between stations, but they all pretty well went back to work. We had probably assembled about 8 or 9 air conditioners by the time 1 a.m. came, and when someone with a flashlight made a noise behind me, I jumped a little. Break time, said a pudgy security guy with a bright light. He and another guy led us all to the break room so we could stretch our legs and get a snack. And as we ate our crackers and drank sodas, we got to know our fellow line workers a little. There were 3 girls, Maria, Lisa, and Tracy, and Kenny, a haggard-looking guy in his mid-40s, and Lewis, who was around my age. Kenny and Lewis and I sat together as we discussed what had brought us to this point in our lives. Kenny had been laid off along with the rest of the paper mill in the next town over, and Lewis had been part of a tech startup that had fallen hard. Both of them had suddenly found themselves unemployed and looking for something to pay bills with, which had led them here. I tell you, though, Kenny said, his voice sounding spooky as it graveled out. "I can't wait to get back to the middle or day shift. Working in the dark is downright spooky. I could swear something was looking at me the whole time I was working out there." Kenny had taken the first booth, having the most experience with assembly line work, and he had the most floor space available behind him. From the fourth booth, I really couldn't see much with all the shadowy machinery behind me, but I imagined Kenneth, or whoever had taken a spot number 2, would have a front row seat for every clank and grind of the gears and bits. "Might be good to invest in some ear protection," I joked, but Kenneth just shook his head. "Nah, I don't reckon I'd feel any better if I couldn't hear anything. Beneath all them moving bits, it's almost like I can hear something moving out there. Like something with claws scrabbling on the ground. You guys hear anything like that? Like a weird noise under the machinery?" Both Lewis and I shook our heads, and Kenny got a weird look on his face as he looked into the mouth of his soda can. "It's like rats or something, I don't know. It's hard to be out there with so little light, is all I'm saying." They took us back on the floor not long after that, but what Kenny had said must have stuck in my head. I found myself listening for the scuttling as I worked. The work was honestly a little mindless. AC units are like high-end computers, at least the ones we were making, and the process was kind of idiot-proof. As long as you were paying attention and the damn unit was facing in the right direction on the belt, you were pretty much assured to put it where it needed to be. The units were coming in a little quicker now, and when the box of parts I had ran empty, I pushed the button next to the station to stop the line so I could get another box of parts. After a while, I would push the green button when I had 10 left so the line wouldn't stop because of me. The line still stopped sometimes, but I knew that if I could be as efficient as possible, it would go farther to getting on the day shift. I had hit the button at about 3 a.m., my belly really looking forward to that next break at 4, when the line stopped altogether and someone down the way dropped their box of parts loudly. I heard parts and pieces scatter, the worker apologizing to the guard who had brought it to her, and as the sound of the line died down again, I looked into the gloom of the factory and thought I heard something out there. There was definitely the clang of metal and the whir of moving parts, but there was something else out there too. A smaller sound, a skittering sound, and as I fixed on it, I saw something else, a pair of coal red eyes that looked at me through the gloom. We locked eyes for a moment, whatever possessed those eyes very interested in my attention, but when the little bell went off to signify the line was going again, I turned back to get my parts in before it moved on. I glanced over my shoulder again, looking for the source of the eyes, but they were already gone. By 5:30, the light was coming in through the window, and when 6 a.m. hit, the lights came on just as loudly as they had gone off, signaling the end of the work night. We filed out as the day shift filed in, and the lady in the pantsuit from orientation told us we had built about 60 units last night. The general expectation is 300 in a 24-hour period, but that was a full line. You should be very proud of your efforts, but tonight, your target will be 100 units, since you know what you're doing now. Lewis and I walked out talking, Kenneth saying he had parked out front and going the other way, and as I climbed into my car and headed home, I was actually looking forward to hitting the line again tonight. It wasn't hard work, just tedious, and it was honestly kind of nice to have something easy to do. I knew the pressure would be on tonight to make more and keep the line moving, but I felt sure that we could manage it. I had already forgotten about the weird eyes as I pulled into the front yard and headed up the stairs to sleep, but when I put my hand in my pocket, I remembered the scrap of paper that Russ had handed me the night before. Wasn't sure what I expected, but it wasn't the scrawl that was written on the little paper square. 1. If you hear scraping from the dark, don't turn around. 2. If you smell death or rotten meat, don't look and don't stop working. 3. This one's the most important. If you see the eyes looking at you, look away as fast as possible. I looked over the note a few times, trying to decide if it was a trick or something. It would be up some of these guys' alley to try to run a goof on the new guy, and I figured maybe that was what this was. Russ had seemed pretty well put together. Normal, I mean, but I guess this might be just something people did around here. I drifted off, thinking about those eyes, thinking about how maybe the line had saved me from something terrible. But what? I decided I needed answers, but first, I needed sleep. I came in around 9 that night, getting there a little earlier than I meant to, and found a familiar face in the break room. Russ was nursing a Dr. Pepper and smiled as he saw me come in. "Hey, it's my replacement. How did 4 treat you last night?" He pulled out a chair at his table, inviting me to sit. "Pretty good," I said, getting my own soda as I took a seat near him. "I was wondering if you could tell me anything about this," I said as I pushed the folded note towards him. He inhaled, putting his hand over the note as he grimaced around. "I think I'd like a smoke. How about you, kid? Can I interest you in a smoke?" I didn't smoke, but I nodded anyway and followed him out to the smoking area. The night air was bracing as we stood on the veranda of the break room, Russ lighting up as he glanced around. "You get a chance to show that to anyone?" "No." "Good. Don't. Especially not anyone from management." "Why not?" "It could get me in a lot of trouble, but I hate that they don't warn the new guys about, what's out there." I asked him what was out there, and he exhaled smoke bitterly. "Before I worked the second shift, I was on the night shift. It's not brand new, as they would like people to think it is. It's been going for years. It usually operates through word of mouth or through particular agencies. They say if you exemplify yourself on nights, it's a fast track to second shift. When I called you my replacement, you see, I wasn't kidding. I'm preparing to go to day shift. The brass ring as far as anyone around here is concerned. I've earned it, though. I've done 5 years on second shift, just waiting for an opening. But I've never forgotten the nights I spent on that dark floor as I assembled AC units by the little light overhead. It was your first night, but I'll go ahead and assume you probably saw something." I wanted to deny it for some reason, but I ended up just nodding and telling him about the eyes. He nodded and kind of blew smoke out of his nose. "Yeah, the eyes. How many sets did you see?" "Just 1, I told him, not really liking the question. "Good. 1's okay. If you see 2 sets, one above the other, look away immediately. If you see 3 sets, well, it's probably already too late by then." "Too late for what?" I asked, not liking all the secrecy. "I don't know, but it's not something you want to mess with. It takes people sometimes, people who really see it or do something it doesn't like. You can hear it when it's getting close. Its claws or whatever are sharp, and I've seen the maintenance guys trying to buff them off the floor sometimes. There's a smell to it as well, like rotten garbage or old meat, but you only really smell it if it gets close. The eyes are the most important part. Don't look at it if you can help it. It doesn't like being looked at. But if you're looking and it opens its 3rd set of eyes, it's probably too late anyway. At that point, don't blink, because the second you blink, it'll get you. I heard the higher-ups were impressed with you and the guy in Spot 1. Get through your training period, and they'll likely bump one, if not both of you, up to mid-shift. Take the promotion if they do. Get off nights as fast as you can, and don't look back. It's a death trap, a trap that gets closer to killing you the longer you... The door opened then, and the woman in the pantsuit stuck her head out, smiling at Russ and I. "There you are. Everyone's ready to get going. Russ, I trust you aren't trying to scare the new guy off." Russ smirked, pitching his cigarette away as he turned to go back in. "Just showing the newbie the ropes, Miss Baker. He's got a good head on his shoulders. I want to make sure he makes it to mid-shift." "As do we all," the woman said, smiling at Russ as he took his leave. That night was rough. We were going from the time we got there, till the accident happened at 2 a.m. The lady had told us flatly that she was giving us a goal of 100 units by 6 a.m., and she assured us that she was serious. If you are moved onto the other shifts, there will be daily goals to meet. Bonuses are given to shifts that meet their goals, but layoffs often follow the ones that don't. Don't get laid off because of dilly-dallying. By our first break of the night, we had made about 50. We all sat together that night, talking about how if we kept it up, we'd make our goal by the time the next break came around. Everyone was excited, wanting to make our goal on the second day. Wasn't as if it had never been done before, but we were excited to make it happen nonetheless. Kenneth was quiet as we talked, though, shivering a little as he sat and munched the sandwich he'd brought for dinner. It was clear that something was on his mind, but whatever it was, he had no intention of sharing it with us. We came back at about 1:30 and set to our task. We were making good time, sending them down as quickly as we could, but that's when we heard the noise. It was different than the sound when the lights went on. This one was a lighter sound, like the buzzing just before the lights go out. I glanced up, my eyes seeing the lights overhead buzz, and then suddenly they went out. Not just mine, but all of them went out, all at once. It was like a breaker had been thrown, and the voice of the security guy came overhead and told us to calm down while they got the lights back on. I heard the chit-chat erupt further down, even the winking of an illegal cell phone as the flashlight came on, but I kept my eyes on the line. I remembered Russ telling me about the eyes and the claws, and I was afraid to look too hard into the shadows. I heard something as the machinery powered down slowly, a noise on the edge of hearing. I heard the light scamper of nails, and my spine nearly tingled. As the machines came to a halt, the clicking sounded thunderous without the noise to cover it. It was quiet, like mice feet, but sounded to me like fingernails walking across bricks. It clipped along like a whole procession of fingers, and I wondered if there was more than one. I kept my eyes forward, the clicking going past, and that's when I smelled the smell. Russ hadn't done it justice. It was like roadkill in the sun, like the piles of guts my grandpa used to leave outside the slaughterhouse after he butchered a deer. And as it moved past, the cloud settled over me. It took everything I had not to gag, and as the cloud went away, I heard others comment on it. When someone further down the row screamed, I turned in time to see the lights come back on and see Lisa pressed against the wall of her workstation, hyperventilating. The security guys came in a hurry as her screams peeled up towards the ceiling, and the assembly line ground to a halt once again. After some quiet talk, Lisa was escorted off the floor, and we had to figure out how to continue without her. Tracy agreed to work both stations, but Tracy hadn't been fast to start with, and our productivity slowed and lost momentum. We managed another 30 in this way, Tracy and Lewis swapping out from time to time, and we ended our night with about 80 units. The woman seemed pleased that we had made it so close after losing a person, but when I saw Lisa in the parking lot after I got out, I realized I wanted to know what had set her off. Had she been sitting out here for the last 4 hours? Did she not have a car of her own? "You okay?" I asked, coming to sit beside her at the bus stop. She nodded, sniffling a little as she looked at her shoes. I don't think I'm coming back tonight." "Why?" I asked. We had never been close. I don't think I'd ever actually spoken to her before now, but she seemed willing to talk as we sat on the cold bench by the bus stop. "I had my phone out, using the light. I knew I shouldn't, but I took it on the floor. I turned around, wanting to take a picture to post later, just a joke post. But when I snapped the picture, I found something else. It was shadowy. I couldn't see it very well, but it was terrible," she said with a shudder. "It was like a scuttling tumor with too many teeth. Its eyes were like little pits, devoid of life. I don't know what I saw, but it made me feel like I was a little girl again, listening to the monsters under my bed." I offered to take her home, but she said she would rather just wait on the bus. I sat with her until it got there, and that night, Lisa wasn't there. There was someone new waiting for us, a young kid who looked fresh out of high school, and we welcomed Nick onto the assembly line. He took up Lisa's old spot, bopping his head as he listened to music at his station, and was never bothered by the problems that Kenneth and I seemed to be plagued by. I forgot to mention that Lisa wasn't the only casualty of the night shift, it seemed. Kenneth didn't stop coming to work. He had bills to pay and people depending on him, but he just got more and more haggard looking as the week went on. He clearly wasn't sleeping, and he seemed anxious every time he had to return to the floor after breaks or at the start of shift. This went on till Wednesday of our third week. It went on until Kenneth snapped. It was another night of working the assembly line, making AC units as fast as we possibly could. We were easily meeting our 100 units a night goal and had even completed 125 a few times. The higher-ups were impressed with their new prospects, but the word was that Kenneth and I were the standouts. The talk was that at the end of the first month, Braxton Moore was planning to extend jobs to the standouts on the floor, and my name was on the list next to Kenneth's. If he had just held out for another couple of days, Kenneth would have been free of the demons that haunted his night. It was about 3:30 in the morning, and the noises had been worse than usual. The skittering had gone back and forth since 8 o'clock, and the smell had been something constant. Security had claimed there was a dead raccoon in the vents or something, but I think most of us suspected it was something else. More than a few of them had noticed the smell, if not the clicking nails, and the eyes that sometimes found you were hard to ignore. We were all doing our best to ignore it when Kenneth suddenly loosed a primal scream and made us all jump. "Go away! I'm sick of this! I'm sick of all of this! I'm gonna kill you!" he yelled, fists balled as he stalked into the darkness. He ran off into the gloom, and before I could think better of it, I went after him. Lewis and Kenneth had become something like friends to me in the last few weeks, and I couldn't let Kenneth go off and get himself killed. I ran after him, the dark closing around me, but I had stumbled about 50 feet on the floor and hit my head on something as I went down hard. I lost a couple of minutes, but I realized how much I had nearly lost when my vision cleared. There were 2 sets of open eyes hovering over me, and the third had just slid open. The creature towered over me, standing on a body covered in long, twitching fingers, grinning down at me with a mouthful of needle-sharp teeth. His body was lumpy like a giant potato, but his teeth were just as sharp as Lisa had said. His eyes were burning pits with smoldering coals, all of them staring at me as I lay on my back, my head throbbing. I nearly lost before it even started, but I remembered before the pain could force a wincing blink out of me. I held the creature's nightmare gaze, the eyes smoldering into me like hot coals, and I could feel it regarding me as its heat dried my corneas. I had always been pretty good at staring contests when I was a kid, but this one took the cake. It probably made a difference that my life was on the line, but in a lot of ways, this was just another bully trying to stare me down. Nothing mattered at that moment. Not Kenneth, not the job, nothing but beating this thing and proving it could be done. If I lost, then I'd never know it. If I won, however, I'd be the only one who would know, since no one would believe me. It felt like we stared at each other for hours, but when all 3 sets of eyes finally blinked, I breathed in a sigh of relief. It clicked away on those nubby legs, the ends likely tipped in claws or something, and when I saw flashlights and heard people calling my name, I started backpedaling towards them. The security guys were as relieved to see me as I was to see them, and they helped me to the break room to get the little gash on my head seen about. They told me to take it easy for a while, and I was glad for an excuse to breathe. After what I had just been through, a little break was the best I could hope for before having to suck it up and go back to the floor. The woman in the pantsuit came in half an hour later, and after finding everyone in the break room, told us to go home for the night. They still hadn't found Kenneth, and didn't sound like they expected to. She asked me to stop before I could leave, calling me into a nearby office before handing me a manila envelope. Inside was an offer for the second shift, something I'd been expecting to see. "The higher-ups are impressed with your work, and except for leaving your post tonight to try to get Kenneth, they were impressed with your ability to follow expressed rules. They want to offer you a spot on the mid-shift, if you want it." That was about a year ago, and I've been working mids ever since. The shift is as different as, well, as night and day, not to sound too cliche. With the floor lit up, it's easy to see all the things that looked scary in the dark and sort out all the moving parts as just machinery or belts or something else. I haven't heard the clicking or smelled the smell since starting on mids, but sometimes I still see those eyes. It isn't anything consistent, but it's more often than I would like. Sometimes if you look up into the mouth of the industrial fans near the ceiling, just before shift change, you can see a glowing pair of eyes just waiting for the lights to go out. It fears the lights for some reason, and it won't come onto the floor until the lights are off and the night shifts are bathed in the protective bubbles. I won't work nights anymore, and no one has asked, but every time I think about picking up a night shift for some extra cash, I think about those eyes and decide differently. Lewis is coming to mids next week, his rise taking a bit longer than mine, and he seems glad. It's nice being out of the darkness and the overbearing interests of the night overseer who scuttles and watches eternally. Mark couldn't believe what he was seeing. Is this a joke? The man on the other side of the table shrugged. I can assure you the offer is no joke. I will gladly pay for your talent, but I would much prefer to have the whole band. Mark sighed, scratching his chin. Yeah, I don't know. The band is working hard on this new album, and I think we're close to getting back together, closer than we'd ever been before. That was a lie, and Mark knew it. The Tempted Sufferers, the latest iteration of their band, had been getting back to it since their second year of college. If they had been capable of a VH1 special, the announcer would have called their beginnings humble. The four of them, Mark, Brad, Finch, and Gary, had started out in Finch's garage when they were in middle school, playing their music on a couple of acoustic guitars and a keyboard they had bought from a garage sale. Mark had been their vocalist, writing and singing his own original songs, and he had always kind of thought of himself as the front man. They weren't great, but 3 years and a lot of practice later, they had swept the Foley High School annual Battle of the Bands. They had started performing at parties and little venues after that. But when Brad had gotten his boss to agree to let them play on the stage at Pizza-Rama, they had really felt like they had arrived. You can play for an hour on Thursday night, and only if it doesn't bother the people who came to eat. From the first time they had mounted the stage, the faded faces of the old puppet band that had once sat here looming behind them, Mark felt like he was a star. They had been decked out in the most punk rock gear they could find from Hot Topic and the local thrift stores, and they had looked like bargain bin rock stars. They had traded those faded acoustic guitars for real electric ones, Brad and Finch having worked for 2 whole summers to get them, and Gary had a brand new Casio keyboard that his grandmother had bought him for Christmas last year. As Mark stood behind the mic, staring at the crowd of bemused pizza eaters, he had felt like a rock god amongst the rabble. From the first stroke of Brad's pick, heads had turned and people had taken notice. They played for the full hour, all original songs that Mark had written, and if they were a little derivative of Alice in Chains or Godsmack, then what of it? If Mark sounded a little less deep than the people he was imitating, no one seemed to notice. They got a standing ovation at the end, and Mr. DeMarco down at the Rama had told them they could come back next week, too. After a month of Thursday shows, Mr. DeMarco talked about moving them to Saturday and paying them in more than just pizza and soda. By their senior year, they were playing not just at Pizza-Rama, but also at the Easy A bowling alley, Plink Plink Arcade, and had been asked to play at the Founders Celebration, the only band to play that night that wasn't of the shit-kicking, boot-scooting variety. They had been local celebrities, it seems, and when Finch had gotten that CD burner and suggested they make some albums, they had all agreed. Those had been the salad days, when the CDs flew off the merch table, when the t-shirts they had printed out from the print shop had gone as quick as they could print them, and the requests for their songs had been numerous. The gigs had been plentiful, and the 4 of them had gone into college thinking it would never end. They had expected to be rock stars, signed to a label and making money hand over fist as they soared up the charts. But fate had other ideas. Turned out, the 4 had just been small fish in a small pond, and college had shown them just how small they really were. Once they tried to take their music on the road, they discovered they were nothing special. Their music was derivative, Their playing was nothing to write home about, and the fact that they didn't have a drummer seemed to take them out of the loop for a lot of rock events. They tried changing it up a little, going for a more electronic sound, but Mark proved ineffective at writing for anything but rock music. They tried integrating a drummer, but no one was a good fit, and none of the existing members wanted to learn. In the end, they had drifted apart, coming back together every few years as the music got worse and the fans became less numerous. But that was all behind them. Mark had a plan, and if they put their minds to it, then they could get back to where they had been in high school. Now, this Mr. Seraph was here to try to cash in on all that by... what, exactly? "I'm still not sure that I get it," Mark said. "Are you a talent scout, or an agent, or..." He trailed off as he tried to think of something else and came up short. "I'm a representative of Libris Talent, and I want to buy your talent." "Yeah, but what does that entail? Are you offering us a job?" Mark asked, scratching his head as he looked over the contract the guy had put in front of him. Mark had never been any good at this lawyerese, as his mother had called it. It was all so over his head that he couldn't even guess at it. The guy wanted to buy their talent at the end of the day, and Mark supposed that meant representation, but he knew these contracts could be predatory. "Before you decide, let me show you what's being offered exactly." Mr. Seraph, the ghoulish guy who had approached him at the bar after his disastrous meeting with the owner, didn't look much like the other guys who usually wanted his time. Those guys were usually dressed in what Finch called executive casual, which amounted to an open button-up and khakis. Sometimes they wore gold, sometimes they wore rings, but most often they looked like they managed car washes on their off time, and their hair was usually wet with grease and swooped back. Mr. Seraph looked more like an undertaker, and his smile was decidedly unsettling. Mark had to admit, though, that the guy looked on the level. He wasn't putting on airs like the rest of them. This guy, he knew his way around talent, and he could definitely get Mark at the level that he was looking for, if he wanted to. He slid a piece of paper to Mark, and when he flipped it over, his eyes got big. What even is this?" "Your payment. As the front man, I even added a little for bringing in the rest of the band. Without them, your share will be substantial, but less spectacular." Mark flipped the paper over. I'm interested for sure, but I still need to know..." "Let's leave the particulars for later," Mr. Seraph said. "Why not introduce me to your bandmates and let them decide for themselves?" Mark nodded, opening his phone as he hit send on Brad's number. "What?" Brad asked, picking up on the third ring. "I already told you I have work tonight." "Brad, I think you might want to call out tonight." Brad made a grumpy noise, and it was pretty clear that Mark had woken him up. "Really? Why would I want to do that? You offering to pay my rent this month?" "No, but I have someone you might want to meet who can help you with that." There was silence on the other end of the phone that lasted long enough for Mark to think he might have lost him. "What did you do?" Brad asked. "It's not what I did, but more who I met. Just get dressed and be at the practice space in an hour. It's urgent, and I know you're going to want to hear this." He could hear a door opening harshly and the smooth click of a lighter as Brad walked out onto the balcony and lit a cigarette. He could almost hear his old friend contemplating, mulling over what Mark had said, and there seemed to be a war going on between Brad's curiosity and his pragmatism. Brad had always been the responsible one, the first one to get a job and a car and to decide that the band had to come second, and it had made him hesitant to do anything that might upset his carefully constructed apple cart. That being said, Brad was also pushing 30, and his prospects were about as bleak as Mark's. Unlike Mark, Brad had enough sense to complete college with something to show for it beyond student loans and a lack of enthusiasm. He still had the student loans, he just had a piece of paper that made them easier to pay. "All right," he said grudgingly, "you've got an hour. I don't have to be at the depot till 6, so Whatever you've cooked up has got an hour to impress me before I put on my uniform and get back to the real world." Mark pumped his arm. "Yes, you won't regret it." "I somehow doubt that," Brad chuffed, before hanging up. Mark hung up, glancing up to see the old ghoul's enthusiasm. "One down, 2 to go," he told Mr. Seraph, scrolling down to the next number on his phone. In the end, they had all agreed. Brad had been the hardest to sell, as Mark knew he would be. Finch had picked up more than a BA in English in college, and his gambling addiction wasn't getting any cheaper. He was up to his eyeballs in debt, and he had started borrowing money from the kinds of people who would take interest payments out of your kneecaps. Gary was still paying off the medical bills from his first kid and dealing with the subsequent divorce of his first wife. They had all warned him not to marry Amy, but he hadn't listened. It had only taken her 2 years to catch pregnant, and no sooner was the kid out than she was saying she wanted to leave. Gary was a great guy, but they had just drifted apart, and she needed her space, and blah, blah, blah. Now, Gary saw his son on the weekends, and his checks were always about half of what they should be, between child support and alimony. The group was full of problems these days, but Mark thought he might have discovered a way to alleviate some of those problems. He pulled up in front of the practice space and killed the engine. It was little more than a 3-wall carport next to his trailer, but Mark knew that someday it would be remembered as the place where their sound had been reborn. The space had a couple of squashy couches and a little desk, an open area for practice, and some various surfaces covered in makeshift ashtrays, red plastic cups, and various other trash. It was humble, but it was free and better than nothing. They began to arrive not long after Mark did, pulling up behind him as if to wall him in. The years had been hard on them, and watching them climb out of their vehicles made that all the more apparent. Brad looked much the same as he had in high school, but Finch had put on about 30 pounds of weight and taken off half a head of hair. Gary wasn't much better, and the beard and the premature gray that he had grown made him look 40 instead of 28. Brad was the only one of them who still looked like a rocker, but money might give them the drive to push those lofty goals again. Anything was possible, he supposed. "So, where's this opportunity you were going on about?" Brad said, looking around. Mark started to explain, but a familiar voice answered for him. "Gentlemen, glad to see you. Your friend here has brought you all together for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Mark turned, and there he was. He was sitting on their Goodwill couch as if it weren't sagging in the middle and bleeding stuffing, and as they approached, he flashed that terrible smile at them. His bandmates were as unsettled by it as Mark had been, but the word opportunity called to them. "Who's this?" Brad asked Mark skeptically. "Are you getting into the mortuary game or something?" Mr. Seraph laughed. No. I'm Richard T. Seraph, and I'm here to purchase your talent." They had questions, and as he repeated the same facts he had to Mark, passing around papers that would tell them what their pay was for said talent, they were all seemingly sold on the deal. What the deal was, they still weren't sure, but they all seemed content with whatever the weird guy had offered them. They took a vote, as they so often did with hard decisions, and it was decided. All were in favor, except for Brad. "Look, I'm not saying that amount of money wouldn't be life-changing, but we don't even really know what we're agreeing to." "What's to know? That's a huge opportunity." "Yeah, but an opportunity to what? Did you see any terms on that contract? 'Cause I didn't. This guy talks about buying our talent, but he never really tells us what that means," Brad put in. "Look," Finch said, "I don't know what that number was on your paper, but mine was high enough to make sure my kneecaps are safe for the foreseeable future." "It's enough to make sure that I can keep my head above water for a long time, too," Gary said. "At least till Amy finds out about it and tells the judge." Brad threw his hands up. I just think we need more information here." "All the information is right here," Mark said, pointing at the paper in his hand, the one he hadn't shared with anyone. "Either you're in or you're out." Brad looked like he wanted to say he was out just to mess this up, but before he could say anything, Mark doubled down. "Look, guys, we've been saying we want to get back to the glory days. to live like rock stars. This is our chance. With this kind of money, we can make that happen. We can get a real practice space. We can look the part. We can get some monkeys off our backs, and we can really make a go of it. Come on, who's in?" Brad sighed, shaking his hand as the smoke wafted up from his cigarette. "Okay, I guess if that's what you want." No one else hesitated as they threw their hands in the middle, and Mark grinned as he turned back to Mr. Seraph. "We're in, so what do you need us to sign?" Mr. Seraph produced a pen from his sleeve and tapped a large book that Mark was pretty sure hadn't been there before. It was as strange as its owner, and the longer Mark looked at it, the more certain he was that it was breathing. It was just a book, but Mark was still hesitant to touch it. It looked like it might bite. "Just sign your name in the book, and then all will be revealed." Mark's hand shook as he reached for the pen, the surface smooth and slick. He hovered it over the book, still not sure he trusted it, and as the paper drank his signature, he felt inspired to sing in a way that he hadn't in years. As he dropped the pen into the spine of the book, he saw Gary reach for it and sign his own name. Mark was already walking to the area where they practiced, songs running through his head as he looked at the spot. Suddenly, it was the stage at the Pizzarama again. He was 16, dressed in Goodwill couture, and as the others put their signatures in the book, he saw that they were filled with the same fire. They were bringing their instruments from the cars, coming to the space as they made ready to perform. Mark wasn't even sure why they had brought them. He hadn't told them to, but he supposed, deep down, they had known. As they set up, they too were transformed into skinny 16-year-old rockers that they had been, and the crowd in the Pizzarama looked up as they mounted the stage. From the second Brad's pick touched his guitar, they looked up expectantly. As the first song, Hell or High Water, rolled across the crowd, they rose from their plastic chairs and came to stand before the stage. Mark felt exalted, his spirit risen, as he sang as he had never sung before. Brad's chords were like electricity up his spine, Gary's keyboard a delicious backdrop of sound, and Finch's bass oiled across it in a smooth refrain. They played like they hadn't in years, every song, every chord, every note, everything. Mark sang songs he'd sung 1,000,000 times. He sang songs he had never even written, and as he belted out ballads for the world to hear, he felt it all running out of him. This had to be what giving birth was like, and as he plied his calling, he felt it all flowing from him. It was all a blur when he tried to think back on it, the songs running on till late in the night, and none of them could recall how long they had played when they rose the next day. They were all left bone-weary, completely spent, with bank accounts bristling with money. Mark groaned as he woke up the next day, dragging himself up from the couch. He expected to find himself on the couch in his trailer, but it appeared that he had fallen asleep right here in the practice space. His 3 friends were in various states of dishevelment, lying on the ground or on the other couch. Their instruments were lying around, the Casio slumped off its legs on one side, and as he came around, so did they. "What the hell happened?" Brad asked, rubbing his head. "Dunno," Finch said. "I remember playing, but it feels like we played for hours." "I think we did," Mark said. "Guys, we played all night." Mark was suddenly excited. This was what he'd been looking for. This was what they needed. They'd been trying to get back to their prime, and now they were here. They hadn't played like this since high school. And as he grabbed his notebook, he felt that they finally were ready to get the band back together. "We've got to capture this energy. We've got to use this while it's still fresh. We can't... Mark had his pen over his song notebook, but the notebook was empty. Mark had been writing in that notebook since high school, and as he riffled through the pages, he realized that all his songs were gone. Not just gone, they hadn't been ripped out or anything. The pages were blank. It was as if they had never been written on to start with. "Mark," Brad said, and when Mark looked up, he found his friend holding his guitar like he'd never seen one before in his life. I don't know how to play this." Mark looked puzzled. "What do you mean you don't know how to play guitar? You've been playing since you were 12. "I know that," Brad said, wincing as Gary brought his fingers down on the keys of his Casio and made a splort sound. But I don't remember any of it. I don't remember playing it, but I know I have. I can't make my fingers do anything I know they should be able to do. Mark, what the hell is happening to us? Mark started to say he didn't know, but the phrase Mr. Seraph had used kept coming back to him again and again. I want to buy your talent. Buy your talent. Your talent. I think we somehow sold that guy our musical ability. Mark said it low, but the way they looked at him told him that all of them had heard him. How? How's that even possible? Finch said. I don't know, but you've got to believe me. I thought he was just a talent scout or something. That's unreal. No way I would have sold my talent. Not for $500,000, that's for sure. Mark felt like a goose had walked over his grave. How much? Finch asked. 500,000. Isn't that what you all got too? No, said Gary. He only paid me 180,000. Finch laughed. Then I guess I don't feel so cheated. I got 340 for mine. Mark wet his lips. I only got 100,000. They all looked at him, speechless. Mark realized that some of that had been for bringing in the rest of the band too, and that his talent had been worth even less than he'd advertised. Well, Gary said, it makes sense. Your songs are basically just proxies of stuff we listened to as kids. The hell is that supposed to mean? Mark shot back, getting up. Oh, come on. You gonna tell me Riding High isn't just a less cohesive version of Civil War? Mark opened his mouth a few times before finally closing it again. He had never really thought about it. At least they paid the real talent more, Finch put in, laughing. Gary bristled. Real talent? Finch shrugged. Yeah. Who the hell ever heard of a keyboard player in a rock band? You play bass, Finch. How much talent does it take to strum the same 5 chords? The two were fighting before Mark could even make sense of it, and when Brad tried to get between them, he got swept up in it. The three of them were all cursing and spitting, throwing fists as they rolled in the dust, and as much as Mark wanted to break them up, he didn't. They had all received more than him, the front man, and none of them even thought this odd. He had been their voice, their sound, but he supposed they all thought that they had been the big draw for the crowd. They all separated after a long melee, scrambling away from each other like they might have something that was catching. Screw you guys, I don't need any of this. I'll just take my talent elsewhere. You don't have any talent, Gary yelled at him. None of us do. Then I'll take my money. It's a small consolation for never having to see you guys again. His Range Rover blared to life as he pulled out of the lot, spraying gravel as he roared away. Mark heard Gary leave too, and then winced as something hit him in the foot with a harsh sound. It was Brad's guitar, the old Ibanez that he had bought so long ago for the Battle of the Bands. After working all summer, he looked up to find Brad seething. I can't believe you've done this. It's not enough that you wasted my 20s with this stupid idea that we could be anything but a pack of mediocre musicians, but you cost me the one real gift that I had. Mark looked up to see his friend towering over him, glaring at him as if he might jump on him next. Brad, I had no idea he would... Save it, Mark. $500,000 for the only thing I ever really loved doing? It's not enough. It'll never be enough to pay for what I lost. I didn't want to do this. I told you guys I felt it was wrong, but none of you would listen. He started walking to his truck, Gary's Jetta already howling out of the driveway, and Mark couldn't do anything but watch him go. Have fun with your piddly compensation. I hope it was worth it. Mark sat there for a long time, just looking at the old and well-loved guitar. He kept looking at it, the shadows stretching as the day fled like a thief in the night. He truly had peaked in high school, he thought, and as he picked up Brad's guitar, he headed inside. His career was over before it had truly begun, and now he was left with nothing but the memories. I'll never forget Davis. and what he ultimately taught me about myself. I haven't always been a great person, and it's probably what brought me to Stragview in the first place. I could say my parents never taught me right from wrong, but that's a cop-out. I could say I fell in with a bad crowd, but a lot of the guys I brought down with me were just following my example. At the end of the day, I was just looking for a way to put myself in a box, and I finally found it. I was 23 and particularly wild. I'd already done one stint in prison, just 18 months, but it introduced me to the kind of guys who could give me an education that would give me more time in that particular school of learning. I was still hanging with them when I got out, running some drugs, stealing some cars, and generally being a nuisance. I got a little overzealous with one of my usual buyers, a black fella that I didn't know very well, and beat him nearly to death. The judge wanted to make it out like it was a racial thing, but in reality, he had just said the right thing at the wrong time. He had been insinuating that if I had a sister, I should introduce him without taking into account the lightning bolts on the back of my hands, or the gang tattoos up and down my arms. He may not have seen them, but the judge took one look at them and decided that 10 years for assault sounded just about right. I knew that with good behavior, I'd be out in 8 years, so I settled into E-dorm for what I hoped would be the quickest near decade of my life. Davis had the bunk next to mine. He smiled at me when I put my mat down, offered me a cookie out of a pack that he'd been munching on. One look at the guy told me he probably wasn't all there. I'd known guys like him on the street, the kind of guy who maybe isn't playing with a full deck, and I thanked him as I took one of the oatmeal cream cookies from the little plastic tray. He was nice enough, a rarity in prison. Pretty soon we were eating meals together, working out in the yard together, and just generally palling around. Mentally, he was probably about 12, but I'd never really grown up past 12 myself, so we had a lot to talk about. Davis liked cars, comic books, and candy, and I liked a lot of those things too. So for several months, we just kind of hung out, and he became my first real friend on the inside. I didn't notice right away, but there was something odd about Davis. Davis disappeared sometimes. It was never anything you could set your watch or warrant by, but sometimes I would wake up at night and Davis would just be gone. I noticed first at the end of my 7th day. I'd woken up in the middle of the night, really needing the toilet, and I got up and dropped off the bladder buster I was nursing. I had gotten up, gone to the bathroom, and come all the way back to my bunk before I realized that Davis wasn't there. His bunk was empty, and the blankets were rocked up like there might be somebody in them. He'd gotten up in a hurry, it seemed, which was weird for Davis because he habitually made his bed any time he wasn't going to be in it. When I say habitually, I mean almost religiously so. If Davis got up for anything other than to open his footlocker, his bed was always made. So to see it like this now made me wonder. I lay in my rack, shamming sleep as the guard walked by, and waiting for Davis to return from wherever he was. I didn't think anything of it. Nobody went anywhere inside Stragview without somebody with a badge knowing where you were. He'd probably gone to the bathroom. Prison food tends to agree with people about as well as prison does, and I had probably just missed him at the toilet. He could also be helping the guards fold laundry in the little room off the station. I think most of the screws considered him harmless, even though he had smothered his younger brother to death with a pillow about 10 years ago. They knew there wasn't a lot of harm in Davis, so they let him help with things they didn't necessarily want to do. Worst case scenario, he'd been taken to medical for some reason and would probably be back before breakfast. As I lay there waiting for him to come back, I must have been a little tireder than I thought. Before I knew it, I was being shaken awake by the man in question as he told me it was time to get ready for chow. I got dressed and went to line up with him, shuffling around, it made me remember why I'd been sitting up in the first place. "Hey, did you go somewhere last night?" "Who, me?" Davis asked. He said it with his usual dopey candor, but I didn't think I believed him. "Nah, the other 5'6" asshole who sleeps in the next bed over. Yeah, you." "I didn't go anywhere last night. Slept like a baby. You must be dreaming, Rudy." Rudy was what he called me for some reason, and it was common knowledge that he was the only one who was allowed to call me that. I didn't press it, but the way he said it made me not really believe his story. Davis had never lied to me before. I wasn't sure he was capable of it, but I felt pretty certain that he had just told me a whopper. I didn't know why at the time, but I figured I'd let him keep his secret. Davis didn't strike me as the kind of guy to find romance behind bars, but he'd been here for a decade, so I suppose that anything was possible. If he had stepped off to have himself a little night nudge, then that was no business of mine. I wasn't one of those gang-affiliated guys who would push your face in just because you get your fun on the wrong side of the sheets, and I assumed that when Davis felt comfortable, he'd tell me about it. I kept a close eye on him after that, though, and began to notice that Davis disappeared more than I had noticed. I had GED classes on Tuesday and Thursday, but when one of them had gotten out early, I came back to find that Davis was nowhere to be found. I worked in laundry sometimes, but when the big old industrial dryer broke and they sent us back early one day, I again noticed that Davis was nowhere to be found. When I asked around, no one seemed to know where he was either. Davis was kind of a big guy, soft-bodied and bald-headed, kind of looked like Uncle Fester on a good mood, and the idea that he could hide in plain sight in a dorm of less than 100 people was outrageous. It wasn't just during the daytime either. Sometimes I'd wake up at night and find Davis wasn't in his bunk. Again, I thought he might have a little boyfriend or something, but one time after checking the dorm, I realized he wasn't anywhere. Davis, it seemed, was just kind of gone, and I had no clue where he'd gotten off to. After 3 months of living in the dorm, I decided I needed to find answers. One night, as I lay pretending to sleep after lights out, I heard Davis slip quietly out of bed and open his footlocker. He rifled through the things inside and must have found what he was after pretty quick. He closed it back, and I could almost hear him crouch down a little as he started making his way towards the far end of the dorm. I gave him a little head start, no more than about 5 seconds, and rolled quietly out of my bunk. I looked over at the officer station, seeing only one of them up there and fully immersed in a book at that, and I went in the direction that I'd heard Davis going. The room was a mass of snoring forms and sleeping bodies, but I felt sure that Davis was heading for the area towards the back. There were a pair of bunk beds back there, a pair of bunk beds that had become rusted out and were no longer used. The guards kept talking about having them removed, but they had those big old concrete screws in them that were damn near impossible to get out once you put them in. It was where people sometimes went to smoke or gamble or settle fights because it was easy to wall off with blankets or a couple of guys standing close together. I thought I saw him back there for a second, but as I got close, I realized it was just a blanket that someone had put up to cover the entrance of the bunk. I pulled it aside, expecting to see him in the embrace of a lover or something, but there was no one there. The whole bunk was completely empty. Not a trace of anyone. Somebody whispered at me angrily, telling me to get back to my rack after lights out, and I went back willingly enough. I must have been mistaken about where he was going. I did, however, decide that I was going to wait up for him and have him tell me what was going on. A man was entitled to a secret or two, but this mystery was just too juicy not to get the answer to. I lay there under my blankets, wide awake and pretending to sleep any time a guard walked his path. I was not going to fall asleep this time and ruin my chances of figuring out where my buddy was going. Worst case scenario, I thought, I'd find out he was holding someone's pocket, as the others like to joke. It could be quite a bit worse than that, I further supposed, but Davis wasn't the type to gamble or indulge in any of the more dangerous drugs that floated around the prison. He was a good Christian who didn't believe in gambling, and it often got him into fights when he said as much to the people who did. He didn't believe in drugs either, but that's because his mother had been so down on them. So, if it wasn't some sort of debauchery, then I wasn't sure what Davis had gotten up to. At about 4:30 in the morning, I got my answer. He came skulking back to his bunk, a little out of breath, but looking happy. He had no more opened his locker than I rolled over and sat up, keeping my voice low so that I didn't wake anybody else up. I was worried it would all be for nothing when he nearly screamed, but he gave me a look before wiping his brow and sighing like a cartoon character. "Oh, it's just you, Rudy. I swear you like to give me a heart attack." "You're one to talk," I whispered. "I wake up and roll over and my bunkmate is nowhere to be seen. Where'd you get off to, Davis? Got yourself a little boyfriend or something?" Davis laughed as he climbed back into bed, but he looked unsure as well. He looked like a kid who's gotten caught sneaking cookies from the jar, and now he's got an answer for it. He tried to push it off, telling me he was in the bathroom or that it was nothing to worry about. But I pressed him on it. I was really curious to know what was going on with my buddy, and I told him I wasn't going to leave it alone until I got an answer. We must have gotten a little louder than I thought we had, because one of the guards walked by and told us to be quiet during lights out. As we settled back down, Davis whispered that he would tell me tomorrow. "Meet me at the picnic table when we go to rec. I'll tell you everything, though you might not believe me." He wouldn't say anything till then, no matter how much I pleaded with him. We had breakfast, watched some TV in the day room, and all the while, he refused to say anything about it. The whole time, his response was always that we would discuss it later in a less public place. I was a little concerned about what he had to tell me, especially with all the privacy he was talking about. And when the guards called for rec, the 20 or so other guys lined up with us, and Davis looked like he was preparing to be led into the gas chamber. He kept his hands in his pockets as we walked, and when we finally got to the rec yard, he nodded to the farthest away set of tables and told me to go have a seat. "Okay, what I'm about to show you is a complete secret. You can't tell anybody, okay? Like, not a soul. It could get me in a lot of trouble, and I don't want to be in trouble." I nodded, telling him that I wouldn't tell anyone. He looked around, holding his hands out to reveal a piece of white chalk. I bunched up my eyebrows. "Chalk? I've seen chalk before, Davis." "Not like this, you hadn't," Davis insisted. "This is magic chalk." I must have looked dubious, so Davis pushed on. "I found it in the laundry room, the one they let me fold clothes in sometimes, and when I used it on the sidewalk, I was in for a shock. I drew a circle, and suddenly I could see into something a little different than the concrete. When I was little, I had a book with a picture of a little boy looking through a window of a ship, the round windows, I mean. It was like that. I was looking into a world made of cotton candy, with little cotton candy people running around. I thought I might be losing it, but when they turned and looked at me, I knew it wasn't so. I smudged it when someone walked by, and since then I've been using it to travel places." "Travel places?" I said, suddenly very interested. I'd been in Stragview less than a year, but the idea of traveling to anywhere that wasn't here was very appealing nonetheless. "Yeah," Davis said, "like make-believe places, fantasy worlds, cartoon places, weird spots that are kind of scary sometimes. Other places maybe I haven't been to yet. I don't usually go back to the same place twice, but sometimes it's nice to just be somewhere except in prison. I'll never get to leave, the judge saw to that, but I can see the make-believe places, and that's okay, I guess. I wasn't sure I believed him. The guy was a little off, and definitely not playing with a full deck, and he must have seen that on my face. "I'll prove it to you," he said, and took me by the arm and led me behind the equipment shed. The equipment shed was behind the rec yard office, and it was a nice shadowy alcove that we probably weren't supposed to be in. Davis took the chalk and drew a circle on the back wall of the office, and as I watched it take shape, I could already see something going on inside. There was an idyllic farm scene, something from an old Mickey Mouse cartoon, and the little Technicolor animals were jumping around and singing and generally being adorable. They looked up as we looked in, and a couple of them waved at us as they came by. I blinked and leaned in, not understanding if this was a trick or something. If it was a trick, it was a good one, and I couldn't find any way that he could be doing this with just a piece of chalk. "Can we..." I wet my lips as if afraid to ask. "Can we go there?" "We can," Davis said, "but not right now. Time works the same way there as it does here, and if we go there and we aren't back for count, then we'll get in trouble and come back to find ourselves in a real world of crap." He took his sleeve and scuffed the picture so that no one would see it, and as the yard sergeant bellowed for us to line up, I had about 1,000,000 questions I wanted to ask. "So why would you bother coming back here if you could go there?" Davis smiled, apparently glad to have someone to share the secret with. "Where would I go? This is my punishment, but I don't think anyone would mind if I took a break every now and again." I laughed, maybe a little condescendingly. "But Davis, you don't have to stay here if you can get out with that piece of chalk. You can be free to go wherever you want." Davis looked a little unsure, and maybe even a little guilty. "Just 'cause I can get away doesn't mean that I should. I did a bad thing, Rudy. I did something that I can never take back, and if I expect Jesus to forgive me, then I need to do my time and take my punishment. I think he knows that. I think that's why he gave me the chalk. He knows I'm real sorry for what I've done, and decided to give me a little vacation every now and again." The rest of the day was spent asking him about the places he'd been and the things he'd seen. It seemed like the chalk could take him anywhere, and I mean anywhere. Davis said he had been to fantastic fantasy world, sci-fi space planets, weird cartoon worlds, and everything in between. He'd done some pretty amazing things and gone on some pretty incredible adventures, but he was always careful not to stay for too long so that he wouldn't be missed. If he was missed, then they might search his bunk. If they searched his bunk, then they'd find the chalk, and that would be the end of that. I try not to use it very often anyway, otherwise I'd use it up, and once it's gone, I don't know if I'll ever find it anymore. It was almost time for lights out when I plucked up my courage and asked him the question I'd really been thinking about. "If you can go through that circle to other places, then can other people go too?" Davis shrugged. He had clearly never tried. Would you mind if I went with you next time?" Davis thought about it and finally agreed. He said, however, that there were rules that I would have to follow if I wanted to go with him. "When I say it's time to go, then it's time to go. If we get back late, we'll get in trouble. Then the jig's up. Be careful with what you do, 'cause the things in these other worlds can hurt you, and you can hurt them. Don't bring anything back with you, 'cause it might get you in trouble if they find it. Lastly, don't try staying there after I leave, 'cause that could be real bad. I don't know if I could find you again if you got lost, and I'm not sure you wouldn't just stop existing after I left." I agreed, not really knowing what I was agreeing to when I did, and that night we decided to give it a try. After lights out, we snuck out of our racks and went to the abandoned spot towards the back of the dorm. Davis took out his chalk, and as I played lookout, he drew a circle and told me to come on. As we stepped inside, I became aware that not only could I pass inside that thing, but that he had been right about it being real. We stepped into a Technicolor cartoon world full of dancing animals and singing flowers. The whole thing looked like a drug trip, and as I looked on in astonishment, he took me by the arm and pulled me in. It was the craziest thing I'd ever seen, and we spent the next 3 hours just kind of exploring. We were always careful to stay where we could see the portal, not sure if drawing a different one would bring us out somewhere else. We ate some of the fruit we found there and talked to some of the animals, played some games, and generally had fun. When Davis said it was time to go, I started to argue with him, but remembered the rules and bid farewell to my new friends. We came back in just as the lights were coming on, and that was how we ended our first trip together. After that, we traveled about once or twice a month. I wanted to go more, but Davis said that the chalk needed to be saved for special occasions. If we used it too much, we would run out. If we used it too often, the guards might start to notice when we were gone, and then they would take the chalk once they found it. He suspected that some of them might know what it could do, and if they discovered that he had it, he could be in a lot of trouble. Either way, he told me he could only use it twice a month, and that was that. In most things, David was very placid, downright mousy, but in the matter of the chalk, he was very serious. He seemed to understand that he had something special here, and he didn't want to lose it until he absolutely had to. It makes me feel downright bad to think about it now, given how it would all end. It still mystifies me that Davis would choose to stay in prison when he had a means of escape. I knew personally that if I had some kind of way to get out, I'd never come back. We were sitting in one of those weird fantasy worlds, eating apples about the size of your head, when I brought it up to him and asked him very leading questions that I was hoping would make him want to stay in a place like this. Davis was a good friend, maybe one of the best friends I'd ever had, all told, but every time we traveled, it was a little harder for me to want to come back. I had what my grandpa would have called the itch, and the desire to scratch it was nearly insatiable. "I still don't understand why you don't just leave," I asked him. Davis swallowed his bite of apple and looked at me funny. "'Cause the judge told me I had a life sentence for killing my brother. I can't leave. Wouldn't be right." Yeah, but I don't think magic chalk figured into his equation when he was passing down that sentence, buddy. You don't have to stay in prison. You've been handed a golden opportunity. I just don't see why you don't take it. I would. Davis got a funny look on his face. He took another bite and chewed before he answered. "Maybe that's the difference between you and me, Rudy. I acted in haste and regretted it ever since. I can't say I was young and didn't know any better. I was 17. I knew very well what would happen if I put that pillow over his face. I could blame my mental disability. The lawyer sure wanted to, but that's just a cop-out. My parents had taught me right and wrong, and God knew I'd been to church enough to know what murder was and that it was wrong. I simply couldn't stand playing second fiddle to that squalling little baby anymore, and now I have to pay for that. It's unlikely I'll ever see the kingdom of heaven, but my only chance is to try and atone for what I've done, and hope the good Lord has forgived me when it's my time." We talked about it a little more, but it all came back to the fact that Davis wasn't going to escape with his conscience uncleared. When I asked him why I couldn't escape, he seemed even more afraid. "If you stayed here and something happened to you, then God'd be even angrier at me. What if I left you and something killed you? What if I left you and everything just went away? I can't risk that, and I like you a lot, Rudy. I don't want anything to happen to you on general principle. You're a good friend, and the only one I've ever felt comfortable sharing this with." I should have left it alone after that, but I didn't. We argued about it for a little while longer, our debate becoming a full-fledged shouting match. It ended when Davis grabbed me by the arm and said we were leaving. I tried to pull away from him, but the kid was stronger than I thought. He drugged me with an iron grip, and when he shoved me through the multicolored portal, I stumbled back into the quad, ready to jump back through. He was already wiping it away with a blanket, though, putting the chalk in his pocket and glowering at me. "I don't want to hear about it any more," he said quietly, as people began to stir around us. "You agreed to follow the rules, and if you can't, then you aren't going anywhere anymore." I watched him stomp back to his bunk, realizing that my traveling days might be over. Unfortunately for Davis, the itch refused to go unscratched. Davis didn't ask me to travel after that. To his credit, he didn't travel after that either. He just sat there solidly, shooting me dark looks for the next couple of weeks, as if all this was my fault. I'd only suggested that maybe we not come back to a place full of people who might actively try to kill us. What a bastard I was. It didn't stop me from asking about it, and that seemed to sour his mood even more. Whenever I would make little hints about it, maybe we should travel, or maybe we should go somewhere, he would always change the subject, or just pretend he hadn't heard me. He wasn't mad enough to stop being my friend, though. Davis didn't really have any friends, besides me, but he refused to share that part with me anymore, and it led me to get a little desperate. While I was asking him if we could travel, there was a monster inside of me that was roaring to be let out. I'd used drugs and alcohol for most of my life, but this was an addiction that was worse than any of the rest. I found myself unable to eat more than a little, unable to sleep more than a little, and constantly anxious whenever I was still. Davis refused to budge, however, even in the sight of my anxiety, and that's when I started formulating my plan. I think Davis suspected that I meant to steal the chalk, and to his credit, he was right. If I could get the chalk, I could travel myself. I wouldn't need Davis as long as I had the chalk, and I could just go and never come back. Hell, I'd gladly drop the chalk off and just take whatever was in the circle when I made it. He started taking the chalk with him in the front pocket of his uniform. It was never out of his sight, and I decided to formulate a little plan on how I would get it from him. Any thoughts of taking it by violence was right out, especially after he had so easily dragged me back to the prison. I thought about getting some help, but who would believe me? Stragview was a strange and wondrous place sometimes, but nobody would believe that a half-wit like Davis had a magic chalk that could get you to somewhere fantastical with just a circle. No, if I did this, I'd have to do it on my own, and I'd finally figured out how. I knew a man in the dorm who would sell you pills at a high price. I didn't have anyone to give me commissary. Most of my people on the outside wouldn't even return my letters, but I'd done enough odd jobs for people and done well enough at gambling enough times to get myself a little stash of tradables. When I told him what I wanted, he lifted an eyebrow at me and asked what I meant to do with it. When I told him I just wanted to be able to sleep because I hadn't been sleeping well lately, he nodded and sold me 4 small round pills that I really hoped were as advertised. I didn't even ask what they were called, only wanted them for what they could do. I crushed up all 4 of them and put them in a can of lemonade. Davis loved lemonade, especially the Minute Maid stuff they sold at the commissary. I knew he would take it. I knew he would drink it, and once he was out, I could take the chalk and be gone before he woke up. He was sitting on his bunk when I approached him, his eyes going to the lemonade before looking at me distrustfully. "Just a little peace offering," I told him, holding up a matching can that I'd gotten for myself. "I know I've been a real horse's ass lately, and just want to apologize and hopefully make friends again. He brightened up a little, smiling as he reached for the can. "I'm glad you finally decided to forgive me," he said happily. "I didn't want to cut you off, but you were trying to break the rules, and the rules are important." He smiled brilliantly as he took that first sip, and I felt like a heel as I smiled back at him. I felt worse with every sip to come, but that little junkie voice in the back of my mind kept gibbering that soon it would be our turn to travel, and we couldn't wait. When he coughed the first time, I didn't think anything of it. He drunk the lemonade a little too quickly and had gone down the wrong pipe. He took another sip to clear it out, but clutched at his throat as he tried to clear it. "Must be an old batch. Feels like there's pulp in it." But he didn't say anything after that. He never said anything again, in fact, as his throat closed and he started to choke. The drink spilled from his hand as he fell back on his bunk. I went to him, his eyes asking me why this was happening. He was scared, his breath whistling out through a pinhole in his closing windpipe. I would later discover that he was allergic to the drugs I had given him. Deathly, so it would appear, but I hadn't known that. I just wanted him to go to sleep, wanted him to pass out so I could rob him, I thought. No need to sugarcoat it. I had intended to steal from him, but I hadn't wanted this. The guards were coming in, telling us to back up, and as I slipped my hand into his breast pocket and took out the chalk, his eyes told me he knew my crime. With his dying breath, he knew I had done this, and now he knew why. He would be dead within a few minutes, CPR and epi shots or not, and as the guards worked on him, I took my chance. I snuck to the back of the dorm like a thief in the night and pulled the blanket up as I put the chalk to the wall. It slid over the surface, and I expected to see the glow, but as the circle was completed, I was staring at nothing but a blank wall. I erased it and drew it again. Nothing. A third circle, but still nothing. I yelled and slammed the chalk against the wall, the instrument disintegrating like a magic trick. They never heard me from behind the blanket, and as I lay on the bare metal and felt the tears coming, I knew what I had done. I'm sitting in confinement now, waiting for their investigation to prove that I killed Davis. I turned myself in because Davis was right. When you do something wrong, especially something that God might not be able to forgive you for, you gotta take responsibility. I realize now, looking at the chalk dust all over my hands, that there was never anything special about it. The chalk was just that, and probably something old and left behind by another forgotten tenant of Stragview. I had been so focused on the object that I had never assumed that the real treasure was the man holding it. The power had been in Davis all along, and I'd killed one of God's miracles for nothing but selfish want. I imagine I'll be here a lot longer than a decade now. I deserve to be here longer than that for what I did to the only real friend I've ever had. The job at the gas station was a blessing when they called me, but it would become something of a megrim before I finally quit. I worked the closing shift at the Fill and Go for the better part of 8 months, and it was 8 months of making coffee, stocking coolers, and listening to weary women with too many children argue about what you could and couldn't buy with EBT. My first job was construction, working as a carpenter's assistant until I was 16, and after the big layoff during the pandemic, I was tempted to go back. The amount of construction work hadn't changed, but the call for laborers had waned, it seemed. Suddenly, I was forced to look elsewhere for work, and my savings were starting to get dangerously low. That's when the Fill and Go finally called me. The worst part about the job wasn't even the job itself. Not really. The worst part was the walk home when the day was done. I live in the Shady Oaks trailer court, about 3 blocks from the gas station, and it just made sense to walk to work. I didn't have a car. It was one of the first things to get repoed when I was out of work, so If I needed groceries or booze or just a bite to eat, I was walking. It wasn't much of a problem. I liked to walk, but it was the sights that made the walk unbearable, especially at night. Walking past Orwin Woods in the middle of the night was enough to give anybody the shivers. Orwin Wood had existed long before the children's home that had given it its name, but the long-gone orphanage is why it was infamous. Established in 1890, Orwin Children's Home was a place for cast-off children from all over. The rambling plantation home, lovingly donated by Mrs. Orwin before she died, boasted 30 acres, complete with a barn, field for growing, and a pond for fishing and swimming, and a lot of room for rowdy growing kids, of course. At its peak, it had held some 120 kids, and had been a place of new beginnings and fresh starts for many of the lost boys and girls in the area. Those were not the reasons it was remembered, however. The reason it was still whispered about at fireside stories was the fire of 42. By 1942, the orphanage had finally fallen into disrepair. They had some 30-odd kids they were caring for, and the consensus was that the fire may have been set for reasons of insurance fraud. Others claim it was a candle that was left lit in a bedroom, or a stray spark from the fireplace. But however it was started, the results had been devastating. 30 people lost their lives in the fire, 25 of them children, and that was when the stories began. You could still see the ruins of the children's home as it hulked in the undergrowth, reclaimed by the forest after the blaze, and the area around the hulk was supposed to be very haunted. Lots of people had seen ghostly apparitions, handprints on the dirt on their cars, or had toys glide into the road without warning. The Orwin Woods played in a lot of local legends, and it was widely agreed upon to be a haunted place. I explain all this so you understand why I might have been a little eager to get home on my evening walks. Nothing strange had ever happened to me, nothing besides that feeling of unseen eyes watching me, at least not till last night. Last night, I got off work to find about a foot of fresh snow on the ground. I'd been expecting it. I had been watching it come down all day as I rang up coffee and gas for customers. I had walked to work through flurries earlier that day and had dressed accordingly. Still, I thought as I pulled my hood up and turned to lock the door behind me, that wouldn't stop it from being a cold, wet walk home. The dark gas station disappeared behind me as I started schlepping home, tonight's cigarette already between my teeth. It was a terrible habit, I know, but it's the only vice I can afford to have these days. Tonight, however, I was having a hell of a time getting the tip lit. Every time I would lift my lighter to spark it, the wind would pick up and blow my little flame out. Cold as it was, however, the shiver that passed up my neck had nothing to do with it, as I came even with Orwin Woods. I tried not to look as I walked past, the forest a dark shadow on my left. Like almost any night, I could already feel those phantom eyes as they marked my passing, and I kept my gaze firmly ahead. My grandma had always told me that when you sense the supernatural taking notice of you, it's best not to let it know you see it. Some things don't like being seen, Bug. Remember that, she would say, and it made a lot of sense on nights like tonight. I was still trying to get the cigarette to kindle, but the wind was keeping me from my evening smoke. I put a hand up to block it, but it seemed my fingers weren't even good enough for this capricious gust. The unlit cigarette was a good distraction from the creepy woods, however, though maybe a little too good. If it hadn't been for the snow, I would have walked home without incident, but I suppose I could have also unknowingly let something follow me in, too. Suddenly, I was done with the games. I was jonesing for a smoke, and I bent almost double as I tried to spark the tip. 3 clicks and a lot of cursing later, I managed to get the flames to stick. But as I took that first long drag of gaseous pleasure, I noticed something beside me on the sidewalk. It was a pair of footprints. No, not just any footprints. A pair of children's footprints. I don't mean shoe prints either. I could count the individual toes in these prints, and there was a line of them beside my much larger ones. I didn't know when they had picked up my trail, but I didn't really care either. Whoever had made them had disappeared, and I looked around curiously. It was 22 degrees outside, so my phone said when I left the station, and I was looking for the kid bold enough to walk barefoot in the snow. There was no one, though, and no footprints going hastily away from mine either. I was alone in the snow, though the fact that they had stopped right next to my own let me know I might not be as alone as I thought. I glanced back, wanting to see I'd been mistaken, and that's when I saw the second set. They had stopped about 5 feet behind me, but they were just as plain as the first ones. As the wind hit me again, I tried to keep my teeth from chattering. The chill I felt had nothing to do with the weather, and I found my eyes drawn to the new pair as they waited patiently for some sign. 2 perfect pairs of tiny footprints, sitting placidly in the powder. Then before my eyes, a third set came crunching towards me, and my cigarette made an angry hiss as it hit that fresh snow. I was running before that third set came even with the second, and this seemed to be the sign they'd been waiting for. I heard those bare feet as they slapped wetly on the concrete behind me. My head cried out for caution. It would be very easy to take a tumble out here and get hurt, but my desire to get away was up and my adrenaline was coursing in the face of that formless threat. I slid as I rounded the corner, but my sneakers held purchase as I kept showing my heels. I could feel the burn in my chest as I ran, my breath steaming like a loco as I ran for my life, and I knew if they caught me, I would never see home again. None of the stories I ever heard about the woods spoke of children hurting anyone, but by the sound of those ghostly feet, I guess they weren't going to sell me cookies. By the sound of it, there were more than a dozen of them after me, and I could just imagine the intention of this legion. I saw the trailer park coming into sight, but that seemed to be where my luck ran out. I came off the curb, running flat out, and when I hit a patch of ice, I stumbled and went down hard on my outstretched hands. I was lucky, I suppose. If I'd hit my head and gone unconscious, there's no telling if I would have ever woken up again. As it was, I just gashed my hands on the concrete beneath. I could still hear them behind me, getting closer and closer, and I walked on my hands and knees until I got across the street and managed to right myself. I was running up the narrow walkway, dashing between the trailers as I saw my faded red one coming into sight. I prayed the stairs wouldn't be icy, and when my foot touched down on the first step, I was rewarded with a groan and the firmness of unfrozen wood. I darted up the steps, crossed the porch, and rammed the key into the lock as I frantically walked into the entryway. I sighed in relief. I was home, and nothing could hurt me here. I turned and slammed the door, the screen door not feeling quite firm enough, but my hands stopped. I saw my breath as it came puffing out, and it felt as if it were thicker than usual. There were dozens of footprints in the snow outside my trailer. Some were in the yard, some were on the porch, but all of them led to the front door. It was as if all those kids had followed me home, each of them beckoning to be let inside so they could come out of the cold. I could just picture a dozen or more half-burnt children, the snow falling on their ruined skin, looking hopefully at me as if just asking for a place by the fire. It was all too much, and when I slammed the door shut, there was a note of finality to it. I made a mental note to try and find a new route home, but the situation, it seemed, had fixed itself. I was awoken at 6 a.m. the next day by my boss, telling me that Dixie, his day manager, had called to tell him that she quit this morning. Run off with her damn boyfriend and good riddance, I say. You've been a solid night guy, but I figured I'd offer you a chance to come work days if you want. The position comes with an extra $3 an hour, but you'd have to start today. You interested? I was, and the forest seemed a lot less spooky in the daylight. I haven't encountered any more phantom footprints after that night, but I'll never forget how that ghostly mob chased me home one cold February night. Julie was beginning to think that Fred might have been right. It had been months since Fred Matz threw himself from her office window, and Falsty Review hadn't been the same since. That's not to say the quality of the show had gotten worse. The script was great. The puppeteers had been working overtime to get the show ready for the debut, but the show itself almost felt haunted. Haunted by Fred's presence, or haunted by something else? No one seemed to be sure. It began with Carlos, the puppeteer who controlled Gus. Carlos had puppeteered Gus for as long as there'd been a show. He'd been the hardest working puppeteer at Falsty Review. He'd worked tirelessly during the first season, but his rehearsal times were getting shorter and shorter as they tried to maintain their shooting schedule. He would suddenly flub his lines in the middle of a shoot, exhaling angrily as he tried to start again, and no amount of reassurances would put him past the slip. He was getting worse as they kept on, and the headaches weren't helping. "I don't know what it is," he told Julia one afternoon as he lay on the couch in the back room. "Sometimes there's a sound like bugs on a microphone, and I just can't concentrate. I'm afraid to go to the doctor, Jules. I'm really afraid it's a tumor or something. I'm 45. I know it can't last forever, but really scared there's something wrong with me." Julie was worried about Carlos, but his problems seemed negligible next to Jean. Jean was the voice and puppeteer for the twins, Judy and Clark, and had been a constant problem on stage lately. He was another puppeteer who was utterly dedicated to the show, and had been since day one. The way he could voice both puppets simultaneously, or seemed to, was a stroke of genius, and the ability to hire one puppeteer instead of two was a real money saver in the long run. The problems had started recently, and they had very clear point of origin. Jean had become utterly terrified of the muses. He wouldn't work if they were on stage, and he refused to keep his puppets in the storeroom with them. He had always been a little creeped out by them, but now he refused to even be in the same room with them. He claimed they kept looking at him, as ridiculous as that sounded, since they had no eyes, and that they had damaged his puppets. Clark, the orange-skinned actor puppet, had come across the resource department desk with a torn-off eye and a damaged face. No one seemed to have a clue how that had happened, though. Jean had stormed into the resource room last week, the department that handled repairs on puppets and costumes, and laid the puppet on the table as though it were a wounded child. The eye was in the pocket of the puppeteer's vest, and 3 long scratches ran from hairline to chin. Jean looked furious. The puppets were his livelihood, both of them belonging to him after he'd purchased them from Marco's Grotto to use on the show, and he seemed absolutely livid that someone would damage one of them. "What happened, Jean?" Julia asked, seeing how upset he was. The resource department was where she had set up her temporary office, and since it was the biggest money pit on the set, it seemed a good idea to keep an eye on it. "Someone hurt Clark," Jean said, on the verge of tears, it seemed. Julie looked over the puppet, not really sure what she was looking at, and told him that she was sorry about it, but it seemed like an easy fix. Jean gave her a look like she had just told him that his dying child might need a Band-Aid. "You have to do something. The muses are out of control." "The muses?" Julie asked, skeptical, closing her laptop as she tried to squash her growing frustration. She had a show that was quickly circling the drain, an audience that was hungry for more episodes, and a cast that was jumping at shadows. The network wanted to know where their show was, and Julie was beginning to doubt that she could pull it all off. Jean's problem was just one more in a long line, and while she wanted to be patient and understanding, Julie was a bit frustrated. "Yes," he shouted, banging his fist down in exasperation. "I know it's them. They're the reason all this is happening." "Jean," she said, trying to sound civil and as sensible as possible, "the muses are puppets, just like Clark here. If no one's controlling them, then they don't do much of anything." Jean started to get mad, but when his temperament changed suddenly, Julie wished that he had been shouting. He looked like his mind was at odds with itself, and he might be considering his sanity. On one hand, Gene seemed very aware that the muses were puppets, and that puppets couldn't hurt anyone. On the other, he seemed to know something that he couldn't say, something that he couldn't quite come to terms with, something that was driving him mad. "The other day," he said, leaning in as if he didn't want anyone to hear him, "I was down in the storage room with Judy and Clark, getting them ready for the show, when I started hearing something. First, it was just laughter, a weird mechanical chuckle coming from somewhere in the depths of the puppet room. But then it all started to get closer, and I turned around to see the muses swinging on their hangers. They were looking right at me. I know how that sounds, but I know they were looking at me. They just kept laughing and laughing, like the kids had the first time I brought the puppets to a talent show." And he heaved a sigh that seemed on the verge of a downpour. "I ran. I left my puppets right there and I ran. I knew I shouldn't. They might get hurt by the muses, but I just couldn't." Gene, Julie assured him, patting his hand as he wiped his eyes. "Have you been sleeping okay? I know we've all been trying to get it together so we can finish on time, but if you need a day or two to recuperate..." "I'm sleeping just fine," he said, yanking his hand away. "I'm trying to tell you we need to get rid of the muses. You know, Frank was..." He stopped then, seeming to be afraid to continue. "Go on," Julia prompted, knowing what he was about to say. "Frank was scared of them too. Not at first, but before he died, he confided in some of us that the muses had started talking to him. They were telling him things he didn't want to do, but they were making him do them anyway. But Julia shook her head, standing to her full 5'2", so she could look down at Gene. "Frank was a deeply gifted writer, but he was also a very disturbed man. He wasn't right at the end, Gene, but he loved the show and he wanted it to go on. He told me so right before he jumped. He made me promise to keep the show going, no matter what." Julie had told the lie so many times that even she had almost begun to believe it. It was almost like the lie was the real ghost haunting the set, and it hung over her as much as over anyone. Gene looked at her evenly for a few seconds and finally nodded as he seemed to accept it. "I hope you're right. If I leave Clark here, can you make sure he gets fixed?" Julie said that she would, and Gene went to go get some lunch before the afternoon shoot. She told one of the girls sewing costumes for the animal band to fix Clark on the double, opening her laptop before making sure that her orders were still being fulfilled. Everything had to be ready for the afternoon. Everything had to be perfect for shooting later. They had done 4 of the 10 episodes that they were contracted for. The show had to go on. "What the hell is this?" Julie asked as the pale-looking scriptwriter handed her the script for episode 5. The man, Wallace, was a portly guy with a bald head and a little mustache that looked drawn on. He was sweating a lot, but Wallace always seemed moist somehow, at least for the 3 years that Julie had known him. He was the kind of guy that Julie would have watched very closely near a playground if she was out with her niece. The kind of man who looked like he owned a white panel van and had bags of candy in the back. The kind of man who lost puppies often and needed help finding kittens. He also happened to be one of the best writers on the show, though today's script was a little questionable. The troupe was in danger of losing Falsty Hall if they couldn't come up with the money to fix the leak in the basement. Miser Marcus had told the city that the basement was flooded due to bad pipes, but he had actually put a hose through one of the windows and was slowly filling the basement with water. Mr. Gus had come up with a show-stopping play to fix the hall's plumbing, but when they went to speak with the muses, they told him about the hose and who had done it. Gus and his friends would end up getting the water out of the basement, singing a song about teamwork and doing their share. There would be a fast motion part at the end where they played the William Tell Overture, and when Miser Marcus came back with the code enforcement puppet, the basement would be dry and the mess would be cleaned. Miser Marcus would yell at Gus, wanting to know how he had done it all, and that was when the episode changed gears. Gus said, "My friends told me about your trick, and they're very mad at you for trying to stop the show." The muses would come out then, smiling and dancing around before dragging the miser into the darkness, while Gus watched from the top of the stairs. Julie looked up at Wallace, waiting for an explanation, but Wallace just shrugged. "I wrote the final line to read through teamwork, Miser Marcus, something you know nothing about." And then he would storm off. "Someone came in and doctored my script last night. I didn't write that part at the end." Julie looked over it again and shook her head. "It's too grisly for our audience. We get enough letters from parents about the muses. This one will give the kiddies nightmares for sure. Rewrite the last bit back to what you had, and we'll continue with the rest as written." Wallace nodded, returning to the writer's room as Julie called the rest of the production to order. They began shooting, Jean leaving when the muses came on for their scene, and it all mostly went off without a hitch. Carlos needed to lie down twice, but was always back within the hour. He told Julie later that his doctor had given him a clean bill of health after some x-rays and a CAT scan, but had put him on something for migraines. He thinks they're stress-related and told me to take some time off. He added the last with a little laugh. "Carlos, as soon as you put these last 5 episodes to bed, you can take as much time as you need," Julie said, and they all said their goodbyes and left for the night. It had been a good day on set, and Julie was confident that they could knock the last 5 out and give them all some much-needed rest. The whole crew had gone straight from Season 1 to Season 2 without much downtime, and Julie knew that if she felt ragged, then they must be feeling exhausted. She couldn't wait for the stress to be off so they could sleep in for a change and eat something that wasn't out of a vending machine, and that's when she noticed that her wallet was gone. She had just been reaching for it so she could stop and get something on the way home, before realizing it was still on her desk in her office. Julie sighed, one more thing to do before she could go home for the day. She used her key to get back into the building and shivered a little as she looked at the dark set. They showed all the important areas of Falsty Hall, all set up for shooting tomorrow. The set builders had done an immaculate job, each stone of Gus's study standing out in detail. The fire in there still burned a little, the flames little more than Christmas lights, and the effect made it seem like the real study rather than a prop. She realized she'd been standing there, looking at the books on Gus's desk for a while, when she finally snapped out of it. She had imagined that she could see the muses lurking in the corner of the office, watching her as she watched them. She turned to go, but discovered a whole new horror lurking. The animal band had been left in their places on stage. Very few of them were actual puppets. Most of them just wobbled on little knobs that made them sway back and forth. She could feel their eyes on her as she watched, their black doll's eyes seeming to reflect her as she passed them to get to the back. They seemed to sit in judgment of her as she passed, and it was easy to imagine one of them striking up notes and setting the whole bunch of them on their jaunty tune. She felt a little better once the stage was behind her and was able to navigate the dim corridors with ease. Resources was much as she had left it, and she found her wallet sitting on her desk next to the keyboard. She scooped it up, turning to the door, but froze as she saw something scuttle past. It had been on all fours, and roughly the size of a large toddler. Julie just stood there for a moment, trying to get herself together, telling herself that she was seeing things now. It was nerves, nothing else. There was no monster lurking around, no ghost besides the gauzy apparitions that hung in the puppet room. It was just her imagination playing tricks on her. Julie was tired, she was hungry, and ready to eat and go to bed. She took one shaky step, then another, and before long she was walking into the hall and back towards the stage. She would get through the staring animals, past the sets, and to her car. She would get something to eat and go to bed, and tomorrow she'd do it all over again. The door to her left opened with a long theatrical creak, and it wasn't until she turned towards it that she realized what door it was. It was the door to the puppet room, the room that contained several $1,000s worth of puppets that were integral to finishing this show. Julie had the light on her phone and was walking towards the door. She stepped inside and shuddered as the sight of all those puppets hit her. They had set them on their stands for the night, the wire inserts holding them up, and their lifeless eyes seemed to stare at her cheerily. She saw 2 of the wires were empty and supposed that Gene had taken Judy and Clark with him. He'd refused to keep them in the puppet room with the muses for quite a while, and their absence was noticeable. When the light hit another empty spot, Judy realized something else was missing. The muses were gone. "You shouldn't have changed the script," came a plummy voice from behind her, and Julie whirled to see who was speaking. Gus had turned on his wire stand to regard her, and his eyes no longer looked quite so cheery. "I wrote it just for the muses, as they told me to, and you changed it. That was wrong. That was very wrong. You don't question the muses." "We don't question the muses," Miles piped up from his stand. "We don't question the muses," Siegfried roared from his spot. "We don't question the muses," the other puppets said. Miser Marcus's mustache wobbled as he spoke. Penelope Panflute opened her mouth wide enough to swallow someone whole. Siegfried was screaming and roaring with every word. Every one of the 30 or so puppets that they kept here were yelling at Julie, and she was shaking like a leaf as she tried to make sense of all of it. She turned for the door, and there they were. The 3 muses looked ghostly in the gloom, their teeth reflecting back at Julie with a spooky sense of reality for something made out of felt and fabric. When the door slammed, Julie was left in darkness. She would stay there until the next morning when Carlos came in to get Gus and found her. By then, Julie would know better than to question the muses. Everyone had heard of the throne, but very few people had ever seen it. The Woodland Seat was something of a local legend. If you follow the river into the woods, turn east at the huge rubber tree at the fork, and walk into the setting sun, you'll come to the Devil's Clearing. In the clearing, a place where nothing is said to grow, sits a chair of stone. If you sit on the chair, you'll be cursed by the devil himself for all time. It's a story I've heard since I was old enough to go to sleepovers, and it's a story I've always wanted to prove or disprove. People have gone into the woods, and I remember the first time someone showed me shaky cam footage from a camcorder of a weird stone chair with faces carved into it. It was later proven to be a fake. The chair was something they'd made themselves and shot at night, but other people claimed to have gone into the woods and found it, their videos proving either better or worse than that first bit of wobbly cinematography that I watched on a couch at my friend John's house. But they all fed the fire of my enthusiasm. It's always been my dream to see it, the real seat. And when Mrs. Raggles assigned us a final project about urban legends for senior English class, it seemed like the perfect opportunity. The assignment was actually about the cause of urban legends, and she wanted us to make our own. When I asked if we could make our project a search for the Woodland Seat, she looked almost tickled. This wouldn't have anything to do with John's senior project for AV, would it, she asked, giving me a little wink. It might, I hedged, as good as telling her our intentions. John and I have been friends for years, and his interest in movies, especially making them, has been ongoing since the two of us were in elementary school. John got his first camera when he was 6, some cheap thing that his dad had picked up from Toys R Us after John practically begged him for it. I'd say John definitely got his money's worth, because we spent the next 4 years making our own short films and epic movies in the backyard. Through the years, John's cameras may have changed, but his interest in filmmaking hasn't. He often calls on me and our friends, Sean and Fred, to star in his latest project, and this would be no exception. I got enough battery packs and memory cards to reward for 3 straight days, he told us as we sat in his garage and suffered through his pitch meeting. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be able to shoot the next found footage masterpiece. John's project, his senior film thesis, was about urban legends too, specifically their place in horror films. He wanted to make the Woodland Seat the antagonist in his new found footage movie, the witch in his Blair Witch Project, in other words, and use us as his bumbling teen cast that goes looking for it. I was looking forward to using this trip to write my own paper for Mrs. Raggles, but Sean and Fred were just looking for an excuse to go camping for a few days in the lush woods that surround our town. We'd all grown up in the area, and the woods weren't unknown to us. We all enjoyed camping, right up until the first winter chill sent us back inside every year. And I too was looking forward to spending some time in the woods, cooking hot dogs and s'mores as we told stories and just hung out this weekend. So when we told our parents we'd see them Monday night and headed into the woods Friday afternoon, we were prepared to spend the next 3 days in nature. We had plenty of food, plenty of water, and we were properly prepared with a 4-man tent and sleeping bags. It was April, and the weather was already becoming unseasonably warm, so we didn't think we needed anything too strenuous. John was carrying his film equipment, his camera already out, and the 3 of us were carrying the stuff we would need for camping and survival, acting as his trusty pack mules. As we came to the river, the surface frothing with the late-season snowmelt from the nearby mountains, John told me this would make a great place to film the intro. The river is, after all, the first leg of the journey. From here, we set out to find the Woodland Seat and write our names for all to see across history. I'll never forget the grin that spread across his face at that moment. It was a golden moment, but nothing golden is made to last. He counted me down as I stood beside the river, preparing to give my lead-in statement. Fred and Sean had unanimously decided that I would do most of the speaking lines for this little movie. Neither of them really wanted to learn any of the lines that John wanted read, and I had the most video-worthy narration voice, they said. I think they just wanted to goof off on our camping trip, but to be fair, so did I. This is the Leftree River, the start of our journey. I wasn't sure I could even be heard over the rushing rapids, but John gave me a thumbs up and I struggled on. Legend says that if you follow the river until you come to a huge old rubber tree, you turn east and walk into the woods until dusk, you'll come to the Devil's Clearing and find the Woodland Seat. Those who sit on it are cursed, tormented for all eternity for daring to sit where the devil himself once took rest. Tonight, we intend to find that seat. And cut, John said, hitting the stop button as he nodded slowly. Very nice, love it. So what happens if we don't find this rubber tree? Sean asked as we shouldered our packs and headed deeper into the woods. I guess we just wait till we find the fork in the river, I said, after thinking about it for a few seconds. What if we don't find that? Fred asked, taking a sip from his water as the leaves smushed wetly beneath our feet. Poise, you're missing the point, John said. Which is, Fred asked, the point isn't to find the Woodland Seat or not. We're here to follow the instructions and see if we find anything or not. That's the project. The legend is what brought us here, the power of the urban legend itself. And now we seek to learn where it can take us. Fred laughed. So this could all be a wild goose chase is what you're telling us. I snorted and bumped him with my shoulder, You're getting a 3-day vacation out of it, Fred. Buck up. We followed the river as the afternoon rattled on. The woods were nice this time of year. Summer was on the cusp of arrival, and everything was green. The water would be too cold for swimming, though I suppose Sean might try. Sean liked the cold. He was built for it, and he would probably take a swim tomorrow before we set off. None of us figured we would make it to the Devil's Clearing by sunset today. We'd set up camp, cook some dogs, do some fishing, and tomorrow we'd proceed on. We were camping after all, so what was the point of hurrying? We walked most of the first day. We weren't going very fast. We'd been at school all day, and we weren't in any real hurry anyway. Monday was a holiday to boot, and our parents knew where we were and wouldn't expect us home till Monday night. We talked and joked, the usual high school boy banter filling our afternoon. But as the sun began to set, we started looking for this tree or this fork. We had been assured that this was the way to go by some kids who had totally been to the Devil's Clearing, and that too was part of the project. If we couldn't find our way by the urban legend alone, then what was the point? It was starting to get dark when we came to the rubber tree. It had to be the one from the stories. For one, it was huge. It was far larger than any normal tree I'd ever seen, and the leaves left very little mystery about its type. It was also smack in the cleft of the river, the water diverting east and west from there, and it seemed like a good place as any to set up our tent. Sean started assembly as Fred and I went to collect firewood. We left John to set up our fire pit and returned with wood to find the pit dug and the tent already erected. As proper dark fell around us, we filled the woods with the smell of roasting weenies, canned chili, and s'mores. "So how do you reckon the chair curses you?" Fred asked, blowing the fire off his blackened hot dog before laying it across a piece of white bread. "Dunno," John said, around a mouthful of meat, and I just shrugged. "I thought you were the expert here," Sean said to me, as he closed his s'more into the metal sphere he used to toast the whole edifice. "I mean, I know the chair is supposed to sit in the clearing, but I don't actually know anything about what it does. There are no stories about how it curses you, so I guess no one's ever been stupid enough to try to sit in it." "Or," John said after swallowing his bite, "it's so bad that it stops anyone from talking about it." We discussed it a little more as the night went on, but as the food was packed away and the fire was doused, we all retired to our sleeping bags for some much-needed rest. I think all of us thought about the seat a little as we drifted off, but it was hard to focus on much after such a long day of hiking. The next day was spent swimming in the river, fishing, going over what we would do that night. John explained how we would come on the clearing at dusk, the sun making a great backdrop for the film. Sean would sit in the chair, pretend to get possessed or something, while the rest of us ran into the woods. There'd be lots of heavy breathing and shaky cam, and then we would begin recording once we had got back to camp. We'll explain how Sean went missing, and then we'll stage some weird noises or something as we record inside the tent. "What happens if we find the chair before dusk?" Fred asked. "Then we stop or make circles till the time is right." "What happens if we don't find the place at all?" Fred asked. John shrugged. "We shoot a piece saying that our search was fruitless and that the legend remains just that." So, as the sun began to sink behind the trees, we set off towards it. From the start, today's hike seemed different. The walk yesterday had been filled with talk and jokes, but today the wood seemed to scowl at the noise we were bringing into its depths. I didn't know right away if the others noticed, but I started to believe that they felt it too. Sean had tried to initiate jokes more than once, but ended up looking around guiltily when the laughter became too loud. Fred was the same way, shushing us more than once before looking around as if to ask why he had done that. John was oblivious, of course, his camera taking it all in as we plotted. If anything, he probably thought we were playing into his vision and was glad for the implied tension. I found myself watching the sun as it rode lower and lower in the sky, not sure if I was dreading being in these suddenly silent woods, or finding the thing I'd always wanted to see. The closer we got, the more sure I was that we would find it, and that scared me. I could believe that the devil had come to this place, could believe that he had walked this very path, and I found myself looking down as if I were looking to see hoof prints. No bird song graced this place, none of the usual sounds from insects as they anticipated nightfall, and the silence was unnatural. The woods were lush, the trees thick, but the whole place felt wrong. I didn't have a word for it at the time, but I do now. The word I was looking for was blighted. When do we get to this thing? Sean asked as he wiped his forehead. He turned to look at me, but I just shrugged. Said we walk towards the sunset, and then you find it. Well, it better hurry up, Sean said. We're losing the light, and we'll be setting up camp in the dark in another hour. The sun was getting low beyond the trees, and I realized he was right. The story had never actually said how far you had to walk, just that you had to follow the setting sun. Who knew how far one would actually have to go, or how long you'd have to slog before you got to the seat? We walked for another 20 minutes or so before we began to see something ahead, something that thinned the trees as we walked. The shadows were gathering as we approached the clearing, and it seemed that they gathered around the large and intimidating chair. Holy shit, John breathed. It is real. Boy, was it ever. The chair was roughly 5 feet tall and as wide as a lazy boy recliner. It looked to be made of concrete, set with carvings of gems that were painted on by a deft hand. Across the back of the chair, right where a person's back and head would sit, were 3 gray faces with red eyes and open mouths. They all looked identical, but the more I looked, the more I realized how different they all were. One appeared to be crying, another laughing, the middle one simply scowling. The whole construct looked like it would be at home in a mini-golf course or a weird maze attraction, or even a temple found randomly in the middle of the woods. It looked as out of place in the clearing as a dining room set, and as much as I wanted to see it, I couldn't bring myself to get too close to it. It was wrong. Its very essence was foul, and I couldn't comprehend why I'd ever wanted to find this thing in the first place. As John recorded the thing, he pulled his eye away long enough to wave his hand and try to get Sean's attention. He wanted him to go sit in the chair, as they had discussed, and the fact that he was still standing there frustrated John. Sean, for his part, seemed willing enough to comply, but was unable. He was frozen in place, staring at the chair as if he had never seen a chair before in his life, and John pointed at him and then back at me as he tried to get him to go. Sean shuddered as I shook him, looking at me almost dreamily as I got his attention. "Go sit in the chair," I whispered, and Sean nodded slowly as he approached it. He was stopped, however, when Fred pushed him out of the way and made to plant himself on the seat. "What the hell is he doing?" John whispered. I didn't know how to answer him. The two struggled with each other, and the fight would have looked theatrical if I didn't know they weren't acting. Both of them had this blank look, the kind of look you got when you're listening to someone on the phone while you do something else. Fred won their little scuffle, shoving Sean back hard enough to make him fall on his butt, and claimed his prize. He took his seat on the throne, a look of deep satisfaction stretching across his face that slowly became something more exalted. Sean just sat there, looking at him with ambivalence, and as John stepped towards him, something happened. As he sat there, basking in the glow of his newly won seat, Fred's skin began to blister. At first it was just general reddening that I nearly missed in the diminishing light. It was something I could have set aside as just sunburn, until the blisters began to appear. His arms and face broke out, the pus-filled sores growing and bursting in fast motion. The blood and pus ran down his arms and the seat of the chair, and as the sun set, his skin began to boil off his bones. He looked like the guy from Raiders of the Lost Ark as his bones began to show through his skin, and as he basked in whatever glow he was experiencing. As he liquefied in the Woodland Seat, I saw Sean get up and shove Fred's distinctly drippy skeleton out of the chair so that he could take its place. I tried to stop him. I called his name as I came towards him, but he showed no hesitation in the face of Fred's sacrifice. I looked back at John, expecting abject horror, but he had taken the camera away from his eye, and I could see him crying as he watched Sean begin to redden. Not crying in terror or anguish. That would have been easily explained. John was crying in exultation, like a priest who's seen the face of God. John, we have to go now," I said, shaking him. He didn't seem to hear me. He had eyes only for the quickly blistering Sean. John, I yelled, shaking his arm. "We got to get away from here. We need to tell someone what happened. We need to get Sean out of that thing. We need to..." But when I turned back, it was already too late. Sean's skin was melting off his bones, the white already visible, and as his eyes liquefied in his sockets, I tried to pull John away. "John, please," I begged. "Please, we don't have to do this. Don't." But he was already walking towards the chair. As it finished with Sean, he shoved the skeleton out of the seat and sat down amongst the goo and the rot that lay there. That was when I noticed something else. Something I hadn't until Sean's skeleton hit the earth. Fred's bones had disintegrated into powder. A powder that was already being taken away by the forest breeze. I started to run, but something caught my eye before I could get out of the clearing. I saw the camera, the little handheld that John brought into the woods, and I scooped it up before beating a hasty retreat. I fled like a coward, leaving my best friends behind, and I prayed I would never see that cursed chair again. I stumbled through the woods for 3 days, eating whatever I found and drinking from the stream when I finally got back to it. I wished many times that I had picked up one of the bags on my way back out of the clearing, a tent or some food at least, but all I had was the camera and the clothes on my back. I thought about the tent many times as I lay shivering on the damp forest floor, watching the trees for anything, the shadow of the chair, maybe the walking corpses of my friends. I wasn't sure which I was more afraid of seeing, but I just knew that both would be after me before I could escape. When the search party found me on Tuesday, I was afraid my fears had come to pass. They took me to the hospital, but when the police tried to question me, I just handed them the camera and trembled in the face of their questions. That was years ago, nearly a decade, but it's something I never forgot. I haven't seen the footage I gave the police. I have no desire to. The officer who reviewed it said it was the most disturbing thing he'd ever seen, but it did exonerate me of the crime. I think they might have been planning to look further for the bodies of my friends, but after seeing that tape, they scrapped the idea. There was no sense in looking for kids who were no longer there, and less sense in risking officers who might decide to have a seat as well. I lost my best friends that night. Sometimes it feels like the chair cursed me after all. Everyone in town assumed I had something to do with their disappearance, though they never got up the courage to say it to my face. I ended up leaving town to attend college, and I've never seen any reason to go back. Kids, however, still go missing in those woods. I can't help but wonder how many of them are lost to the Woodland Seat. So if you find a strange chair in the forest, steer clear. It's made for only one occupant, though it will gladly accept you as long as you can bear it. Hey everyone. Hope these are still coming through. My cell phone hasn't needed a charge in a while, and it seems to be stuck on 70%. It's a shame. One more, and I definitely have grounds for some internet points. It still displays weird times and dates, and no one has answered any of my messages or comments on any of these posts. At least on my end. Gail hasn't come back yet, but it's only been a little while since the thing with the hermit. No, that's not right. It's only been a little while since we were forced to kill the old man who resides in FF. I've started reading his journal, but I know now that it isn't his. The journal belongs to someone named C, and I suspect that Gail will be very interested in seeing it when he gets back. I say this because I'm pretty sure that the writer is Celine. I'll write down a few of the entries and let you judge for yourself, but sounds like this person has gone farther than even Gail and I have. Day 1. This is the first day I've started keeping this journal. I figured out how to take it with me, and I'm experimenting to see if I can take other things with me as well. I had to find the gaudiest one I could find. Pretty sure it's got unicorns on it, so I could visualize it, and that seems to be the secret. I kind of accidentally stumbled across it when I was going through one of the doors with the candy bar in my hand. I could see myself eating it, and when I stepped through, it came with me. I was halfway through the Snickers bar before it hit me that I still had it. Everything else I'd tried to take with me had been left behind, and I have a feeling this might be the start of something big. Day 2. I visited 12 new Dollar Generals today. It's weird, some of them have odd things in them, futuristic things that I've never even heard of. I found one that sold cigarettes today. Can you imagine a Dollar General that sells tobacco? The tobacco, however, turned out to be these weird vaporizers. It still gave me nicotine, but it was definitely a head rush. I hadn't had a smoke in, God, it's been a while. It was a nice treat. Day 5. I saw a store where everything was upside down today. Kind of made me feel dizzy. Day 7. I managed to take a backpack with me to a new store today. All the stuff inside disappeared for some reason, but the backpack came with me, as well as my journal, so that's a start. Day 8. I managed to take things with me to another store today. Normally it helps if you visualize all of it, but it's better if you just see the bag when you take them with you. No clue why, but it seems to work. I'll have to experiment with it some more. I had to go through 7 stores before I got it to travel with me. Some of the stores are pretty weird, but the one thing missing from them are people. I haven't seen a single soul since I left Gail behind, and I wake up sometimes hoping to see him standing over me. I miss him. I miss the others. I miss the sound of people talking, laughing, just existing. The stores are much too quiet for my liking. When I read that, I had to go back and read it again. Once I read the name Gail, I knew this had to be his lost friend. If she was alive, though, then how had the old hermit gotten her journal? Given the reception I had always gotten, it was unlikely that she had been welcomed warmly. Had he killed her? Were her bones part of the garbage that littered the store? I had to read more. Day 10. I saw weird shadows today when I went through the door. They were walking around this weird store, and there were stalls of meat just sitting around. The meat looked pretty weird, and when one of the shadows grabbed me, I pulled free and made a run for it. I suspect the bins had human meat in them. Day 11. Came upon a dark store lit by lamps. I didn't like it, so I didn't stay long. Made me think of the thing that took Margot, and I wonder if it lives here. That entry sort of sealed it for me, and I skimmed ahead a little to see if I could find some new place. Day 19. Found a weird store with a burnt-out ceiling near the door. Whole place seems weird. I don't like anywhere with an exposed ceiling. I moved on quickly, and the next one surprised me. It was underwater. I came out swimming, and though I panicked a little, I didn't drown. I swam around, seeing a few fish, but I saw something big as I got near the back and made my way out. I expected I would have to dry off when I came through, but my clothes and my things were dry when I came out in a Christmas-themed store. Day 20. Still in the Christmas-themed store, but I've been thinking about trying to travel backwards. There has to be a way to go back, doesn't there? Gale hasn't caught up. Maybe he never left, and I don't know how long I've been traveling. Days? Weeks? Maybe years? Who knows? Doesn't seem to matter. Time's weird here, and I can't really tell how long I've been here. My wristwatch just blinks 8888, and when I go to another store, it always appears on my arm when I take it off. Maybe I'll experiment a little and see if I can go back the way I came. Day 30. After 10 days of trial and error, I finally did it. I was picturing this store I went to once, the store made out of candy and sweets, and when I walked through, I was there. I was so happy that I jumped for joy. Now I just have to make it back to my original store so I can see what happened to Gale. I hope he's still alive. Day 45. No matter how hard I try, I can't seem to go back. I've been trying for days, well, for periods of sleep, and it's no good. The store was kind of unremarkable, and I can't seem to get a good picture of it in my mind. I have to keep trying. I have to keep picturing it. I know I can do it. I know I can make it. I have to go back. I have to find him. There were a lot of entries after that. The writer, Celine, either went forward through the loop or went back to similar DGBs. She was steadfast in her efforts, wanting to see Gale again, but the more she tried, the more discouraged she got. She started writing about how it might be impossible to go back to the place she started at. She began to wonder if there was an end to the stores. Slowly, she lost track of time. The days stopped mattering. The days ran together, and her contemplations began to pile up. She mused a lot, perfected her traveling, and eventually, she was rewarded. Today, I did it! I went back to the first store. I remembered this end cap we had made, Meet the Team, where we had posted things about ourselves. It was just pictures and stories and little personal blurbs, but it gave me something to focus on, and I was suddenly standing in the old store. I used to hate when the flash of Margot's instant camera would catch me off guard, but when I saw that board with all the pictures and stories on it, I started to cry. We had hoped that someone would find it if anything happened to us, but it looks like I'd used it to find my way back home. I expected to see Gale sitting there, but he wasn't. I figured he would look up and tell me I had just left and ask why I'd come back so soon. Instead, he was gone. I did see his sign, however. I went to the break room and found his memorial for us. He thinks I'm lost, just like Rudy and Kenneth and Margot. But now I'm looking for him. I have to find him. The stores can't be that numerous. There has to be an end, and if anyone has found it, I'm sure it's Gale. He'll be looking for it, or for me, as we speak, and I have to find him so I can team up with him and help find the end. I felt myself tear up a little as I read it. She had done it. She'd come back to where it all started. If she was looking, though, how had she never found Gale? The stores were numerous, but they had to have crossed paths at some point. I began to wonder how long Gale had been gone, and I worried that he might not be coming back at all. Then, I would be alone too. I looked back down, flipping through the next few pages as Celine sat waiting to see if Gale would come back. I knew he hadn't, but it was interesting to see his travel from a different point of view. Celine eventually left too, but she left him a note on his bulletin board so that he would know that she was looking for him. That struck me as odd, because Gale had never mentioned seeing a sign of her. When he talked about Celine, it was always in the past tense. He didn't expect to find her, and if he had ever found any sign of her, he had kept it to himself. What else could he have been keeping to himself? I wondered. I flipped through a few more pages before landing on something that seemed interesting. Today, I have officially been to every store between the start and the Christmas store, and I haven't found Gale. I've seen signs of Gale, but I haven't found him. I've decided to press on. These stores can't go on forever, and maybe if I find the end, I'll find Gale. It's worth a shot, isn't it? Today, I've seen so many stores, I've lost count. Time means nothing anymore. I've started carrying more food, however, when I find it, because not all the stores have actual food. I went to a store on my travels that was nothing but plastic food on the shelves. There was another with rotten food in the packages. Some of them just sell the same items duplicated 1,000 times. Some of them don't sell anything. They're just empty shelves and awful music. There's no end in sight, but I'm not giving up. Today, 30 stores today, nothing edible. Today, I was attacked by bats in a large cave. I made it out, but just barely. Today, I found a store where the products were made of people, and the people made of food shopped there. I'm not ashamed to say that I ate a few of them when they tried to corner me. I hadn't actually eaten in 3 or 4 stops, and my supplies are all but gone. One of them was made of popcorn, and his blood was cola. Another was made of celery, and he bled ranch dressing. After I bit and savaged a few of them, they moved, but I was still hungry. I ate 4.5 of them before I left. I've got an arm made out of prosciutto in my bag, and it's oozing Swiss cheese. Hopefully, it'll keep me going. Today, I saw some weird letters on the ground. They told me I was in XX. I don't know what that means, but the store looked like a little Japanese village, and you could get food there. It was like a theme park, kind of, and there was a bathhouse where I took my first bath in a very long time. I ate and ate and ate until I thought I would burst, and then I soaked and slept, and when it was finally time to go again, I was rested and refreshed. Today, I saw a dog today. He didn't appear to be in distress, but it was odd to see him. He followed me through the door for a bit, whining for pets and seeming happy to see me, but eventually, when I lay down to go to sleep, he left and went his own way. Poor thing can only move forward. What a frightening prospect. Today, I've gone back to my original store. I'm not sure where I went, but if it's the end, then I don't want to go any further. I stood looking into the bathroom door, something I've done 1,000 times before, but on the other side was something different. The store I was in was a winter wonderland, complete with snow, but the other side was pitch black. Things were moving in there, and the longer I looked, the more I realized that they were large but far away. I don't know what that was or what they were, but I couldn't bring myself to walk through that door. I started crying, suddenly just wanting to be home, and when I stepped through, I found myself back right where I started. It should have been demoralizing, should have been something that would completely destroy me, but it didn't. Probably because I know that I can go back to that door anytime I want to. Probably because I know it'll be there when I'm ready. And I think that's the worst part of all. I'm going to stay here for a while and consider what to do next. I hope Gale finds me, but I have long ago given up hope of finding him. See, that was the last entry, and I had no idea how long ago it had been. Beyond that page, stuffed between the next 2 like a bookmark, was a plastic name badge with Celine's name on it in faded, pressed-on letters. Gale still hasn't returned, and I'm starting to get worried. For that matter, how long have I been sitting here reading? I wanted him to see this. I want him to know that his friend is still out there. I can't imagine what's keeping him, but I have a bad feeling about it. What if he doesn't come back? What if killing the hermit pushed him over the edge somehow? What if he blames me? I don't know what to do, but as I sit here writing, I feel my eyes getting heavy. It's been a long, well, not day, but it's been long enough. I'll update soon. Till then, take care of yourselves.